d10e and the third edition held here in Romania, since the first edition was held exactly here.
This legislation needs to be put to the parliament, and then hopefully all the political parties would have understood how much good this brings to the country. And then other countries could just do copy-paste. So there's many people that I'd like to thank here. Dan Nicescu from the Romanian National Bank. Of course, Craig Sellers is here, the founder of Tether. Mark Scarpa from Defiance Media, who's going to be broadcasting this in 115 million households, where he has partnerships to deliver blockchain content into these households, and it's going to hopefully get to 1 billion households in the near future. I'd like to thank my team, because it's not easy in a month to put together a team that was dismantled 3 years ago, and I'm very as part of the official team. And my scope is really to make sure that the stage is white and give this microphone to amazing speakers who are going to enlighten you and who are part of this entire movement. So with that, thank you for coming to Romania for after 5 years since we first did this event. And if you remember 5 years ago, we had a nice event at the Sheraton. And 2 weeks before that, there were 500,000 people outside trying to create a revolution. And I was very afraid that our decentralizing conference was going to create some stir. So I had the U.S. Embassy, I had to decide with them what to do, because I didn't want to be perceived as trying to create any chaos here. So I invited the Minister of Communications at the time and the Minister of the Economy, and I said, please, come speak. They came immediately. But I said, don't say anything about decentralization. As soon as they walked on stage, the first thing they said is, I want to decentralize everything I see. So 5 years later, the cryptocurrency market is at almost 2 trillion. It was 20 billion 5 years ago, so 100 times fold since then. But these are just numbers. What's important is the technologies that were built and how it enhanced people's lives. And of course, lots and lots of stories. This is $5.3 billion, okay? Of course, they went on many conferences, a big roadshow, but they also came on our stage. So we take a very small percentage claim that we help them promote their message and get more investors from the audience. That used to be our model. Bring a lot of advisors, lawyers, and investors into the group, and give the stage to amazing technologists and marketing people to promote what they're trying to raise money for. Today, I think we've evolved from that, and we could proudly say that we still do these cultural trips to attract people to come to the city where we decided to do these events, but it's mainly to help members of the parliament who could pass the... There's no way they can't do it faster, because time is ticking, and many people need access to banking and more efficient transaction interoperability. So thank you. Those are my words. Please stay for the whole conference and enjoy. Do lots of networking. Please help me make sure that everybody gets welcomed. If I don't know everyone yet, please come and introduce yourselves, and enjoy your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mike, for all this introduction. I might say this is a really ambitious project, and I congratulate you for this. May I add that decentralization is always about responsibility, and maybe it's time for Romania to become more responsible for this domain, at least one of the greatest of this new world we're living in after the pandemic. Our next guest, the one and only Brock Pierce, chairman of Bitcoin Foundation. Brock Pierce is an entrepreneur and venture capitalist with an extensive track record of funding, advising, and investing in disruptive businesses. Brock Pierce, the stage is yours.
Well, it's, I guess, good to be back on the circuit, or circus, after a couple of years of the world shutting down, and happy to be here in Romania after these 5 years. And the reason I'm here, when there's a fairly long list of countries I'm trying to get to have these conversations, is because of the encouraging words and attitude that I saw here 5 years ago. You know, if any of these other countries are like, but I thought you were coming here soon or next, I can honestly say that, you know, Romania has been, you know, it's been a 5-year process. They didn't jump the line. And so, and I want to just thank Mike for bringing this back together again. We haven't had one of these events because of what's been happening the last couple of years, but it's good to be back in business. So what is this technology doing? Why is this important? What is this whole sort of decentralization thing all about? It's bringing accountability back to a world that is lacking it. It's bringing transparency into systems where there's too much opacity. It's democratizing utility and access to opportunity while building and delivering more resilient infrastructure, creating efficiency and security at a time where it's paramount. It's just a new distributed database. It's a very basic technology at its core. But the implications of this technology are profound. For example, one thing that is often missed is that when you used to have your CD-ROMs, you would put it in, the early ones, and you could only write to that CD once. And then it had just read privileges. It wasn't read-write. And that's what this immutable database provides, is when information is written into this ledger, into this database, no one can edit it. That sounds simple, but again, the implications are profound. Historically, his story was written by the victors. Because of this, no one has the ability to edit the past. It becomes a single source of truth. And when we look back hundreds or thousands of years from now, this will be a defining moment in civilization, a before truth, and kind of an after truth type of event. And in a world where truth is so clearly defined, what is the impact it has on civilization? How is it going to change our collective behavior? I think this is going to play the primary role in creating a world that can work for everyone. And so I'm so excited to have the opportunity to talk to government. A lot of my counterparts on the front end of building generally we just speak different languages. But for us to ultimately be successful, the old and the new have to work together. The public and the private have to find a path forward together. We don't want a collision, we want a convergence. An environment where we all win collectively. That is the correct path forward. We're not looking for a revolution. We're looking for a collective evolution. And the way that we get there is through the exchanging of ideas and having respect for the different perspectives and roles we collectively play. And so, as a member of our community, I enjoy the opportunity to do that. I've been very involved in what's happening in the U.S. And what I came to realize through my conversation with government is a lot of times they just weren't informed. And also uncomfortable admitting that they didn't know. And what I learned in private conversations was the sincere desire to understand what was happening, but in a safe space to ask questions and to become informed. It's human nature to fear that which we don't understand. And we conquer fear with knowledge. And so I want our governments, our legislators, our regulators, our elected officials to be as informed as possible so that they can make the best decisions regarding our collective future. You can't ignore our primary system of governance today, otherwise known as our governments. The future is going to happen to you or it's going to happen with you. And so I've chosen to get involved. And what I've seen so far is incredibly encouraging. It's actually much easier to find this path forward through these conversations, and we're starting to see very real traction. I think it's worth noting what's happening in the world right now. I think starting with, Dubai and Singapore as countries that didn't really have much 50 years ago. But 50 years later today, these are clearly 21st century leading nations. There's no question, aside from environmental potential challenges, that these are going to be leading hubs in the world 80 years from now. And the question is, 80 years from now, what are the other cities and nations of the future going to look like as we live through this fourth industrial revolution where the winners are being decided and the future favors the bold? Fortune favors the bold, and it's hard to do that. It takes a bit of courage to do something different than what everybody else is doing, the status quo. The status quo is comfortable. People usually don't get fired for doing what all the people before you had done. But what has served us in the past is not going to serve us in the future. And you have to take that time to understand what's happening, and you have to have a vision of the future, and you have to lean into it if you want to be a beneficiary of it. It doesn't just happen on its own. You have to make those decisions, and it does take some courage. It takes some courage to do things that everybody else isn't doing. But the good news is, at this point, no one's going to be first. The first have already happened. And we've got pretty clear evidence that the benefits of saying yes to the future, saying yes to innovation, is providing substantial benefits. Here in Europe, I think it's worth just giving a shout out to Estonia and what's happened there with their digital residency programs as we think about as nations are competing and what product offerings, and in this world of digital transformation, how you can be a participant in markets beyond your borders. El Salvador and what President Bukele has done in terms of making Bitcoin legal tender, that was a huge event, but the way in which they did it is what was so astounding. They passed a law and wanted it to be implemented and live within 90 days. I've built a lot of startups. I've invested in a lot of startups. I've advised a lot of startups. 90 days is aggressive for a startup. It's unheard of for a government, unless it's in the midst of a natural disaster or a war or some crisis. Governments don't move at this pace. But talk about an entrepreneurial government, carpe diem, seeing an opportunity and just reaching for it. I was fortunate enough to co-lead the first formal delegation into El Salvador since the pandemic. We brought a group of 37 visionaries, entrepreneurs, investors within our ecosystem down to El Salvador to make sure that they were successful in implementing this law, and it's been a major success if you haven't been following it. El Salvador only had 30% of their population with financial services or banked. Actually, a bunch of us, when you got out of an Uber, just walked away from the car thinking that it builds your credit card. But it's a cash-based economy. You still, like an old school taxi, have to pay cash with your Uber. And that's because it's a cash economy. Financial inclusion, I think we all know, is something important. Roughly 50% to 2/3 of the world's population is on or underbanked. Actually, here in Romania, Romania is ranked number 12 in the world of percentage of population being unbanked. I don't know if that's current data, but I was just looking at the charts of where these problems are most prevalent. And so if you were going to build Maslow's hierarchy of needs today, financial services are essential to the prospects of a life of prosperity. But only 30% of the population in El Salvador was banked. Within 90 days of this law being implemented, the Chivo wallet being live, these markets being opened, within 90 days, over 50% of the population had access to financial services in the form of Bitcoin and digital dollars. Within 6 months, over 70% of the population. This idea of financial inclusion has been discussed for decades. Yet we have not seen any material progress. These laws, this implementation, flip the script from 30% banked to 70 or 30% unbanked in under 9 months, start to finish. From legislation to adoption in less than a year. That's what's possible everywhere in the world. And this is just one example of how innovative these tools can be used to better the lives of people here, there, and everywhere. And now that that's happened, clearly you have a lot of other nations interested. I guess just in the last 12 hours, I've had conversations with 3 governments. There is going to be a lot of action. You've got governments all over the world pushing forward legislation, different variations of it. There's not a singular path to change. There's many right answers. And you have to take a look at what are the needs in your country. And so myself and a bunch of us are here in service and happy to work with governments around the world, as long as they're interested in the things that I care about, which are the principles upon which the United States of America was founded: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you value life as a nation, I'm here to help you. If you value liberty or freedom, I'm here to help you. And just grateful to be back in Romania. Based upon the conversations we've had here and the encouraging things I've been hearing from the government, it sounds like I'll be back again soon. And just excited to take this show back on the road again. Mike did, 17 events in, 2.5 years? 15 events in 2.5 years. The schedule I'm going to have with you based upon, my preference is wherever government is eager to make impact and do it fast. I hope that this, just kind of follows that path. Because what I've seen in most of these places is, and that was actually my conversation with the president of a nation last night in the middle of the night on Zoom, is like President Bukele, a president that just says, I know innovation is the answer. I know innovation is the answer for my nation, but I don't necessarily have the answers. And I said, don't worry about that. That's the good news about having faith. When you take that first step, others are paying attention. We see, and we show up. And so as you take that step, the foundation will basically present itself in front of you with each of those steps that you take. And so we're here, and I don't really advise, I think is another point worth noting. I don't advise governments. I provide knowledge and information to empower them. In the same way that if you've ever watched any of my speeches over the course of a decade on this subject matter, I would be surprised if you can find a single clip of me advising people to invest in cryptocurrency. I've never, that I can recall, in a public talk. Obviously, some of my friends have said, well, should I? I give a little bit more advice to people that I can have a more detailed conversation with. But in general, the point I've always made is, I'm not encouraging you to invest in this. I'm encouraging you to invest in yourself. Go buy $10, $20, or $100 worth of Bitcoin. This isn't a financial investment. It's an investment in yourself and your own knowing. And that is the first step forward. And from there, you're then able to make informed decisions for yourself. I don't want people to do things because I say to do it. I want to help give you the information so that you can make those informed decisions for yourself. I like a world with informed consent. And so thank you so much for coming out here. I'm excited to hit the circuit again, and just really excited, in this moment where civilization is confronted with so many challenges at a global scale simultaneously, but knowing enough to see the light at the end of that tunnel, and knowing that we've got the tools to meet all the challenges that we face currently, and to do it together. Teamwork makes this dream work. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Romania. Thank you, Bucharest.
Thank you so much. Eventually, the two parties, the players in the market and the government, will have to sit at the same table and to make this decision and this very big change, because technology is already changing our world, and we have to keep the rhythm of this change so we can all benefit out of it. Our next guest, Crystal Rose Pierce, Chairwoman Bitcoin Libre and Executive Director, United Council of Rising Nations. She's a lifelong technologist and entrepreneur. She's founder of Make Sense Labs, the first company to build messaging applications on blockchain technology, and Bitcoin Libre, the first decentralized and free Bitcoin wallet. Please welcome, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Wow. I'm very, very happy and grateful to be back in Romania. Thank you, Mike Costache, for putting this on, and Brock for continuing to always inspire us. It's really difficult to follow Brock Pierce, but I have made it a lifelong mission, and I've been following him everywhere. 2014 is the year that I built my first Bitcoin application, so it's a really special year. It's the first year that d10e ever had its first small event. And it was the first time I realized that this technology is really, really big. It's going to radically change the world. And I switched from building artificial intelligence to building on blockchain, because I think the two things together, once they're married, are going to be very powerful. So I'd like to just kick it off and continue on where Brock was going. Today I wanted to talk about unicorns. And if you know us, you know there's a little bit of an inside joke, but also it's become a really serious part of our lives. So unicorn nations. First of all, what is a unicorn? If you've thought about a magical, mythical thing, that's usually what most people think about. If you are thinking about, if you're in technology, you're thinking about startups. And if you've been around the last decade, about 10 years ago, the word unicorn was coined to describe a startup that had risen in a very short period of time to a valuation of $1 billion or more. And today we have decacorns at $10 billion valuations and more. Companies today are reaching unicorn status faster than ever before. There are more than 1,000 unicorns, which are private companies, that are valued over $1 billion around the world. And this is just from 2021. The unique thing about unicorns is you might not have heard of them. How many company logos do you recognize that are considered unicorns today? More than 50 of these companies, global, not just in the US, but global companies, have a valuation over $10 billion. That's our decacorn. And the interesting thing about this is that there are more than 50 countries with a GDP under $50 billion. So that means that the economic status of an entire company could be more than a whole country. So we're watching as unicorns, maybe your first ones that you can remember, create a meteoric rise that radically changes something in a very fast amount of time. Think of Uber. They changed the incumbent taxi system. Think of Airbnb. They changed and radically decentralized the housing market and the rental market and hospitality. These are all original unicorns. They're no longer that designation because they've grown up to become massive companies. You'll think of a few others: Google, Facebook, SpaceX. You can recognize them. And today, some of the companies that we once knew as these emerging unicorn startups from Silicon Valley and other places, now have market caps that are bigger than the GDP of major countries. Facebook is bigger than Saudi Arabia. Amazon is bigger than South Korea, Spain, and Mexico. Microsoft is bigger than Russia and Australia. And Apple, if Apple were a country, it would be rated number 8 on the list of countries by GDP. It would be the 8th largest country in the world. So this is really a time where we can think about the power that not only technology companies, but companies that are building and growing and amassing this global power, what they really mean to the world stage. There's really one thing that all of them have in common, though. How does a company become a unicorn? Well, historically, and some of these companies are a little more established, 30 years old, they all have one unique attribute. It's not magic, but it's kind of like magic, that they all embrace technology and innovation. So nations can mirror this success. Nations can be just like companies that are applying innovative solutions to radically change something for the benefit of humanity. And in that way, if nations could become more entrepreneurial, we could create unicorn nations. We could create countries whose GDP rises meteorically in a short amount of time and call them unicorns. That's why I like the name unicorns. So innovation isn't magic, though, right? It's a combination of science, technology, engineering, art, math, STEM. It's not full of myths either, like unicorns. Like, this is real. Nations are already changing and rising, just like Brock was talking about. Estonia, digital identity. Palau is coming up. They've implemented already digital sovereign identity, coming soon. We are watching and witnessing as countries that you might not even have been able to pick out on a map are radically changing the world stage. One of those big moving technologies is Bitcoin and the blockchain technology itself. If you can look on this map, can you find El Salvador? Not a lot of people would have been able to think of El Salvador as an innovative, fast-moving country that has radically done something different for the world stage for everybody to be looking at them. And El Salvador has. They implemented Bitcoin law September 7th of 2021. And within under only a few months, they have made a huge change in the world. El Salvador had a majority of their population unbanked, and 70% of people with no access to financial services, no bank accounts, caused them to be a cash-based society. That also meant 2/3 of businesses were cash-based as well. Very difficult for everyone, from the local residents to the government to the tourists. Today, 6 months later, not even 6 months later, they have already surpassed 70% of people with financial services. So 70% of people in the country now have not only a Bitcoin wallet, but they have Bitcoin in it, because the country committed to giving every resident $30 of Bitcoin as long as they signed up and got the El Salvador wallet. This is a really big deal, because it's not just about implementing Bitcoin as legal tender. That might not work for every country. It works for El Salvador because they're a dollarized economy and they have other attributes that lend themselves to making this work. Other countries might need a central digital currency, central bank digital currency. So it's not just that one technology, but it's showing that quick implementation, thinking fast, thinking like an entrepreneur can cause a country to make major changes. And already today, their status, their economic status is improving. Their credit rating has gone up from C to B+. So it's a really important thing to watch and look at. Romania, where we are today, is on this map as well. I was really surprised because El Salvador has ATMs that they've implemented not only in El Salvador, but also in the United States, because El Salvador relies on remittances. 25% of their entire GDP is in remittances from people that leave the country so that they can work and send it home. Romania has a similar situation. 2 million Romanian residents live outside of Romania, sending money back to their home country. And the remittances need to be done in a way where they're not getting fees and they can do them quickly. Instead of T+3 settling in 3 days with high fees, 10 to 30%, you get T+3 minutes with low fees. It can cost $2.50 to send a Bitcoin transaction. So Romania is the 9th most Bitcoin ATMs in the world, the 9th highest locations in the world. And I just found this yesterday. I was really surprised. This is showing that countries of all sizes and countries with economies that are varying of all ways are able to implement these tools. And a lot of this is being implemented by private companies. A lot of this is being done by individuals. This is what's happening with stablecoins today. Because of individuals and companies that have chosen, whether they're decentralized and anonymous like Satoshi, or whether they're named, that they are doing something that the government maybe should do, but hasn't done quite yet. There's also local unicorns. I was looking at companies that are in Romania. I found Elrond is based in Romania. I was really surprised because they had at one point a $9 billion market cap. I am also thinking about the list that I started with, which shows all of the major technology companies that we're familiar with, and I completely forgot about crypto. We went from $20 billion on the last time I was with d10e in 2017 to $2 trillion of market cap. So I think that there has to be another designation. Maybe crypto is a dragon or a phoenix. There's something much larger. It's beyond a unicorn, but because they're not private companies, most of them, I didn't list them. So I want to think a little bit further than Bitcoin and blockchain, though. Let's think outside the blocks. For years, we have been talking about decentralization. And like Mike was saying, decentralization is a little abrasive. It makes people think that we're anarchists. It makes people think that we're going against something. We're not trying to be anti-anything. We want to be for the things that we're fighting for. We want to be for the betterment of our planet and for the betterment of our world. So what are the areas in which we can apply innovation to help radically transform a country that can also rise up their GDP and make them a unicorn? We have been talking to nations around the world, and energy and infrastructure around energy and telecommunications seems to be number one. Access to Wi-Fi for everyone, that's a major, major important thing that we need to implement into the world. We can, with blockchain technology and the application of other things like AI, we can help in every single area, including making our food supply better and food security, agriculture, healthcare, education. We can absolutely change our world for the better with the application of innovation. There's a thought that we have about finance now. If you're familiar with DeFi, the magical thing that happened in the last few years around cryptocurrency was DeFi, and the ability for anyone to earn high amounts of yield just by holding and staking cryptocurrencies. For the first time ever, you are sovereign. You have the ability to have your own savings account. But we now have the new concept. So if we're talking about the 3.0 version of everything, Web 3 is coming, Gov 3 is next, Government 3.0. D10e, I think we're actually on D10e 3. This is the 3.0 version because we're evolving so quickly. Refi, regenerative finance. How do you do something in a way that you don't extract? No longer is mining a process by which we're extracting from our natural resources or we're extracting from other people. We want to put it back into where we got it, but without being a nonprofit model. That model also makes it so that you can't continue as well. You're constantly raising money. So regeneration is my key word for 2022, and I think regenerative finance is going to be the thing that really gets countries and companies and individuals to the next level. So what is Unicorn? Unicorn is the United Council of Rising Nations. And it just so happens that it fits this amazing acronym. We have unicorn.org. But we are a group of individuals who have made it our mission to now go around the world and meet with leaders and transform and help to educate them. We bring all of our knowledge and we bring all of our innovation and practices. And really it's a matter of if they listen and they want to participate. But truly, if you're a country wanting to embrace the future, we're really excited to speak with you. We believe that this is not an individual adventure, and this does not have anything to do with borders. In fact, we need to become borderless, just like the way that we're now doing global remittances through cryptocurrency. The future is going to depend on us being a network of connected communities together. So we all share a collective vision, and we're starting to break down the borders in a lot of ways. We believe also that the planet is a big part of this. So by the people, for the people should actually be by the people, for the people, and the planet. The planet is our most amazing, incredible resource. And if you have heard people talking about Bitcoin being extractive for energy, Bitcoin being taxing to the planet or being, something that's negative, actually I think one thing I would look at is the amount of incredible innovation that has been brought up in the last couple of years so that miners can create less cost of energy. Niagara Falls is mining Bitcoin through a company called Bit Digital. It's using hydroelectricity. Geothermal is being used in volcanoes, and so stranded energy and surplus energy from small nations is now able to be applied. And we're starting to be able to mine Bitcoin in very innovative ways. So I would argue that actually what is happening is Satoshi's first gift was Bitcoin, and Satoshi's second gift to us is new innovative ways to produce energy that are going to radically change our world for the better. So the United Council also deploys delegations of leaders around the world, and that is our biggest mission. We find the people who can help the most in the areas that the nation needs when they come to us and ask. We are entrepreneurs, we're entrepreneurial minded, we are diplomats, and we bring people to different nations, and we've been all through Central America. We've been all through the Caribbean, and now here we are in Europe, very excited and very happy. I would love to be able to talk about some of the presidents that we're meeting, and soon we will. Brock was just on the phone last night with the president of Palau. I can say that because he posted it on his Twitter, the screenshot of the Zoom call, but that's because it's a very friendly president, and he's so excited to embrace innovation and change. He wants to bring people and bring the world spotlight to his nation. It's a network of 340 islands. It looks amazing. I think we'll visit soon. And this list is continuously growing. We have 30 more countries that have invited us. We have a list of more that we're evaluating, and I'm very, very excited and fortunate to be now going full circle, starting as an entrepreneur, moving to a venture capitalist, being a philanthropist, and being able to share my life's work with others. And now the biggest service of all, helping government. The one thing that I've noticed as a former venture capitalist and still person that likes to invest in companies is that capital generally flows to the places that have the biggest populations and the biggest GDP in terms of countries. Capital also flows to the companies that have a lot of capital. It's counterintuitive because they have amassed so much already, but it's a safe bet. What we want to do is start to look at those nations that are not the biggest in size, but they have the biggest potential, just like the startups. What nations are going to become unicorns? Who's next to rise up and take a new place in the world stage? And can we together, collectively, make a better world? Can we help to remove the designation of third and fourth world countries? That's the really big goal. I think through innovation and technology we can, and I think if we all collectively make that our goal, we can, and developing nations will be emerging nations, will be unicorns very, very soon. So if you'd like to join us on our mission, you can join us in Discord. We have a channel for Romania. We have a channel for all of the countries that we're discussing right now. If it's a public channel, it means that we're already in talks, and we might do a delegation there. We'd love to have you with us if you have an interest in bringing your talents and your expertise to a nation. I'm Crystal Rose. Thank you so much for having me. And if you'd like to find me on Twitter, @CrystalRose. If you're interested in Bitcoin, the Bitcoin Foundation, which is one of the co-hosts of the event, has a great Twitter, @Bitcoin. Actually, don't look at that side. @BTC Foundation on Twitter. And it is one of the best resources, I think, for very neutral Bitcoin news. Thank you so much. Wonderful to be here.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on all of your results. So, in a world where some companies have the GDPs larger than some countries, we really have to think about what's coming next. And I think the education is the point. And in Romania, we have set the state. So, moving forward with a perspective from that direction, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Sebastian Burduja, member of Romanian Parliament, economist and expert in regional development. Welcome.
Thank you, and it's really a wonderful pleasure to be here. I'm very grateful to Mike. I know a bit of what he did to make all this happen, and I think it's a wonderful thing. And thank you, Brock and Crystal. I think this was very inspiring, and thank you for putting Romania again on the list of destinations that you touch, and for promoting some very valuable insights. I was thinking that on September 12th of this year, we will mark the 60th anniversary of a famous address given by John F. Kennedy. It was at the University, the New England accent, so apologies about that. But just a year before that, in May 1961, he gave the famous Moon speech in front of Congress. And the world and America itself were shocked that he promised that by the end of the decade they would put a man on the moon. Few people knew about his intentions in that speech, and it is said that when he ended it, he stepped off the platform and one of his assistants came to him and he said, Mr. President, you just announced that, we're going to put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. He said, I know. But he said, the assistant said, but Mr. President, we don't know how. And he said, I know, but we will. And indeed they did, by 1969, as we know. So I think history teaches us that indeed the future belongs to the brave, and you need a vision. And the new technologies that the world makes available are part of that vision, or should be part of that vision of really any country that seeks to grow. So let me tell you a little bit about why I think that Romania should be leading and not just waiting. Well, first of all, as an economist, it's about economic growth. Economic growth is simply individual productivity times population. Well, we're not doing that great on population growth. We have a pretty aging population. About 200,000 Romanians leave every year for the diaspora. They find employment opportunities abroad. So we're really, if we want to grow our economy, we have to focus on individual productivity. And how do you boost individual productivity? We all know it's innovation. You have to have innovation. So this is, I think, the technology. This is what this technology promises. It also promises access to finance for individuals, for companies, for governments, and we need that. We have a country to build. One of the famous Romanian authors said, Romania is great, everything is still left to be done here. There's a lot of exciting things that need to happen still, and I think we all, our generation and many generations here, and you all, get to be a part of that. That's exciting. And we would love to have Romania on that map that we saw earlier by Crystal. And so let me tell you a little bit about what we have planned for the coming future. First of all, to have a conversation, much like the one we're having today. What does blockchain promise? What are its benefits? How do we educate ordinary citizens, but also policymakers, decision makers, on what blockchain is? What are the benefits and costs? How do we protect consumers? As an MP, I have to say I do get quite a few petitions from average Romanians saying, we're still dealing with the risk of getting duped by certain bad people. And I think it's the good people in this space that want it to have it cleaned, to have it be a space of integrity. And I think we need to focus on that as well. So once we opened up this conversation, and we have a very good group of people, and Romania is very vibrant in its community, much like it was remarked earlier, we can start drafting a package. And I'm very grateful to Paul Ivan, and I think you'll hear him speak later today, and other brilliant minds who put together just a few preliminary ideas. And we're going to work together very closely with public institutions. As a member of parliament, this is my pledge, to make sure we get everybody on board, because otherwise it's not going to happen. So, you know, the National Bank, the Central Bank of Romania, the various regulators in the space, ASF, Ministry of Finance, all these actors need to come together for a unified vision. And indeed, I'm not trying to claim that a single party should take this agenda forward, although I will say, and I love history, the National Liberal Party throughout our history has been leading change. We did the biggest reforms that the country has seen right before World War I and in between the two world wars, and then the dark period of communism came, but we're reborn now, and I think that if any party should take forward this agenda, it is indeed ours. But I'm also happy to say that we have on board members from the Social Democratic Party and Union Save Romania, so pretty much all the mainstream parties of the country are willing to sit at this table and design a common vision together. So this is what we foresee happening. More of these conversations, public debates, and I think we should be willing to take enough time to bring everybody on board. But I also think that we should not wait. I also think that Romania needs to be part of this positive change for the world and just provide its citizens, its businesses, the instruments needed to grow. Because right now, we're not doing this. So what is happening? A lot of our companies are taking their money abroad, in other places. A lot of our young, brilliant minds in IT are leaving and performing for other nations. So we want to change all that, and we want to make sure that if you have a dream, this country is the place where you will accomplish it. So let me end going back to JFK, and I think he said, among many other great things, that change is the law of life. Those who only look at the past or the present are certain to miss the future. So thank you for looking at the future today. Please count on me in Parliament and generally speaking in the public arena to push forward an agenda for positive change. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much. It is great that members of the parliament are taking all this into consideration and working for the benefits of Romania so we may have a wonderful future. Our next guest, Mr. Alexandru Petrescu, former Minister of Communications, Information Society and former Minister of Economy, is a technology and finance consultant recognized on the national and international relevant market. Please welcome to the stage.
Yeah. Good to see you all. Lovely crowd. We usually meet in near places. I believe we were in Valletta 3 months ago, isn't it? So, but first of all, I'm really happy to see new faces, but also privileged to be part of the group that attended every single edition of the Romanian d10e. I remember 2017 when the late McAfee was here. I remember the following year. Of course, we had a gap. Now you are back in the circuit. It's good to see you back. Brooke, very inspirational indeed. Crystal, God's sake, the 9th ranked ATM Bitcoin. That's not bad, but you know, the overnight success took 20 years. I know maybe we are not as bold as Pahlavi or El Salvador, but I believe we are doing the steps in the right direction. There is no question about it. And I'd like to talk a bit about the regulatory framework, because at the end of the day, it comes down to this. But before that, I have to say, Krista's presentation was absolutely amazing. Apple could be actually the 8th largest economy if it would be a country. Don't slip them ideas in their minds. Microsoft is bigger than Russia. That could be the answer to all our tensions nowadays. So we'd like to see more of them here in Romania, just for the eastern side of NATO. That would definitely help. So a lot of good things happening. And Romania, it is part of that trend of good things happening. That's the most important aspect. And when I say that, I had the privilege again to be part of the effort behind this initiative of d10e, Mike, and all of you friends and colleagues. And I was on this stage when I was carrying the burden of heavy, there you go, the first change. So I was carrying the burden of very hefty, not easy to handle governmental roles. I was on this stage when I was the minister. So what more commitment you want? I was on this stage when I was the Minister of Digitization, Telecommunication, Innovation. Therefore, again, the government, through my person, was behind the effort. I'm here today when I'm rather more within a private role than a governmental one. I'm only handling, as an honorary advisor with the Ministry of Finance, the digitization of the fiscal system in Romania, the holy grail of digitalization in Romania. We can make this working, we can make anything working, but that's a different story. But apart of that, things are moving forward. I remember with Bogdan, we had right in the middle of the Romanian presidency of the EU Council, probably was Bogdan the largest European blockchain summit at that time. So again, it was quite symbolic to have it at the moment that Romania was leading the digital agenda during the EU Council presidency. Back in 2019, and sorry for the less attractive name, but we pushed a legislation forward called 210/2019, where we are regulating the e-money. So that's a bit of a source of everything to do with crypto assets. We are still working on the norms to have it fully applicable. And something very important that's happening as we speak. As we speak within the European Commission, there is a piece of regulation that's going to see the light very soon. And that piece of regulation will actually certificate and regulate all the crypto assets platform across member states. So you heard it here first time. Of course, if you don't know already, a few of us within the Ministry of Finance, within the Authority for Digitization, they are fully aware. There is an initiative that will push similar regulatory framework across all the countries in the European Union. Romania is already working on this piece of legislation. The participants are Ministry of Finance, the Digitization Authority, and the National Office for Prevention and Control of Money Laundering. So hopefully, as soon as the EU regulatory framework will see the light, we'll follow through immediately with this local, national regulatory framework that will bring into the mainstream all the platforms to do with conversion of currencies, crypto assets, and so on. So that's going to be a massive, massive step, no question about it. From that moment, of course, things will probably take a turn upwards, even in a better dynamic than they are today. I'm pretty sure that the good wind blows in the sail of everything we do now and what we've been doing for the last few years. Of course, spearhead of this effort is my friend Mike, who I see him promoting this across all the meridians of the world. So hopefully I'll join you again in those islandish places where you look so tan and so happy. So things are moving, guys. Things are moving. More people will join the crowd. I'm pretty sure about it. And to ensure that all your crypto portfolios will explode, I'll tell you one thing. Today, as we speak, we have in this audience a representative of the National Bank of Romania. So that says a lot. I'll put 10% on all your portfolios in just less than a second. So enjoy, guys, the spending. Enjoy the time in Bucharest. And, keep it going, mate, because it's worth the effort. All the best.
Thank you so much, and we really need a lot of luck with that enough digitalization. That will really be a big change. Now, moving forward, I'd like to welcome to the stage Craig Sellers, blockchain innovator, founding of Tether, the first and largest stablecoin, and vAtomic, the first NFT platform. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Absolute pleasure to be back in Bucharest. This is my second time here, thanks to Mike Kostash, so thank you for the invitation. Again, glad to be here and speak with all of you guys. I want to start by saying that you are yourself. It's a very powerful conversation, very powerful philosophy, that you are unique, that you are yourself, and that you are special. My name is Craig Sellers, and I've been now in the blockchain space since late 2013 professionally. I was very fortunate to meet a very, very good team and be the founding chief technology officer of a company called Tether, which created the very first, and I personally believe the best, stablecoin that's out there, with about $78 billion in reserve today and moving around $50 trillion every year in exchange volume, which still to this day blows my mind, and I'm immensely proud of its abilities. Shortly after founding Tether, I met up with an entrepreneur in Santa Monica, California, named Eric Poulier, and we created vAtomic Systems, creating VATOMs, virtual atoms. In essence, it was the first NFT platform in existence. We called them uniquely identifiable tokens at the time, but they're still the very same thing. What we recognized was, every Bitcoin is the same as every Bitcoin, every Tether is the same as every Tether, but now you can create autonomous digital objects that are unique. And again, one of the special parts of you being unique is that you are, in fact, an NFT. I've spent the past 3 years or so working on a project that I find even more important than the idea of a digital dollar on blockchains. And that is, in fact, your digital decentralized identity. And the project we now call Self. Again, you being yourself. At the core of everything is, again, the uniqueness that is you. Right? The thing where all value is created, where you have the self-sovereign ability to create value and exchange that value with third parties with zero intermediaries. The difficulty is, of course, how current companies like to monetize your data and not actually give you ownership of that information. So again, you are unique and you are very special. The question is how do you translate that uniqueness and the power and the value you create into the digital world and onto blockchains? So what we've done is basically two halves of the same whole. We've created an interoperable decentralized identity standard that is, in essence, the Bitcoin and HTTP of identity. It is the core underlying protocol for these things, and it's user-controlled. It's an identity standard that's fully agnostic and 100% decentralized, which means no one controls it but you. Now, we call this technology keychain.org, and it's an open source, completely free to use, open standard. We actually call it the multi-dimensional identity protocol, because with you at the center of the identity world, you actually can branch into multiple dimensions. Now, we actually use standards that already exist today. There's no point in reinventing the wheel when it comes to identity, when there are W3C standards for how to actually create these things, digital identity identifiers. You are at the center of a universe. And that universe allows you to connect to all the other identities in the world. And that can be NGOs, that can be governments, that can be companies like your insurance company or your doctor, your healthcare providers, information providers that attest to the attributes of yourself. They can make claims about your identity. And this comes down to the idea of proof of self. Who are you? Can it be proven? And who do you trust for that information? Flip the coin to the other side and create something that allows you to on-ramp users onto this free platform and actually allow them to sign in with yourself. Not sign in with any other thing, but sign in with yourself. Again, where you have complete and total ownership over the ideas and the sharing and monetization of, again, that value that you create and the value that you collect. This is a revolutionary, brand new concept that we call self-ID, where, again, in a decentralized world with a self-sovereign identity platform, you have complete control over the atoms and molecules that you can create, which in essence create a digital genome, a virtual representation of yourself and all of your attributes. In the same sense that you have a physical genome, we actually now have a digital genome. And this can be zero-knowledge proofs. This can be information about your age, your citizenship, your driver's license, your medical status. But it's all about your identity. And we learned many ways how actually not to build an identity platform. And hopefully we've come up with ways to actually do them correctly. What we learned is that other companies and other platforms, they keep all of your information in a private database. And they have complete access to it, which makes it a target for hackers. It makes it a target for data loss. Your information is not secure when it's stored at a third party. We actually use IPFS and decentralized encrypted means of storing your information, where you have control over who actually gets to see that information. You selectively reveal to third parties what that information is going to be. Again, in creating a digital genome and looking at the other platforms, we wanted to create something where the users themselves could have complete control over that data. They control all the attributes. Now it's being taken away from those companies, and users begin to understand that they can now share that information with any third parties completely on their own terms. That's massively important. What we needed to build were powerful, powerful core technologies that everyone could agree upon, rock-solid implementations of the technology that anyone could integrate, frictionless usability so that it's easy to use immediately when you first get into the app and you have no questions to ask and it simply just works. We needed strong strategic partners to integrate these things, KYC providers, exchanges, insurance companies, and governments, to understand that having a single identity standard that works globally actually allows, with the world-class team, to build an interoperable digital identity marketplace, where you actually have, again, the ability to monetize all of your own data. So the Self-ID platform simply sits on top of the keychain.org MDIP protocol, which, again, anyone can use. This is, as an open standard, allows any organizations to very quickly adapt and integrate and begin using these systems. It connects the platforms with the users directly. Now, when I talk about users, I'm talking about people. That means you. The you are yourself, unique entity that controls all of these things. It's all about you. If others try and take that away from you, we've decided that freedom is binary. You are either free or you are a slave to governments, to companies, to one another. And if we make ourselves all free with decentralized systems using things like self-ID and things like open platforms such as keychain.org, now you have the ability to selectively assign information and actual value to the information that you find valuable about yourself. See, every day you're signing in to some other company, right? That company is taking all of the data about you and creating a gigantic profile. That profile uses artificial intelligence and tracking to basically monetize all of your data and market your stuff to third parties, where they get paid for it, and you don't get any of that upside, none whatsoever. You've got to flip that on its head entirely and put yourself directly in the line of value creation and value generation. And I think with a self-sovereign, decentralized identity, that's now completely possible. Again, you have a digital genome. You are comprised of digital atoms, pieces of information that all together, again, create that digital genome, which you get to define what the value of that is for every single piece of information, of data, and who you want to share that with. Again, at the core of yourself is your physical genome. It is how you get represented in the world. Now we actually have on parity, beside that, on top of that, your digital genome, your digital self, as you exist in the metaverse. This is how you take yourself and put it into the digital world. So every day, you're going to be connected to other individuals, other identities, other governments, and it creates a mesh. But every day someone adds themselves to this identity platform, the platform itself becomes more and more valuable, and it creates its own gravity and pulls in even more users. So using what they call Metcalfe's law, the value of the connections on a network are exponentially more valuable when they're all combined. And we now have that capability today. So again, at the core of all of these things is yourself. It's in fact all about you. So welcome to the self-identity world, welcome to keychain.org, and welcome to the metaverse completely as yourself. Thank you all.
I'm going to retain you for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
6 years ago exactly, 16, 17, and 18 of February 2016, Brock invited me to Amsterdam to the first d10e branded event. And I sat there with about 100 people. There were only 4 of us in suits and ties. The rest were, you know, sleek hair, T-shirts, no-name badges. You couldn't ask them where they're from because they were all hackers, in my opinion. They would just not tell me where they're from. And here's this guy, one of 16 speakers. The first 15, I got such a big headache because they were very, very, very technical. And here comes this suave guy who looks professorial, who speaks professorial, and is able to explain complex things to a regular person like me. And my headache didn't go away, but I just want to let you know, he has spoken at almost every d10e event, I think 22 of 24 so far.
Yeah, almost all of
them.
them.
And those that he couldn't come, he came through Zoom. And I just wanted to let you know that this man is very important to me, because without you, I would have just left Amsterdam and just said, carry on with my life. But you helped me understand a little bit more than the other technical people. So thank you for that, and please always come with us everywhere we go.
It's an honor, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. As they say, the data is the new gold. Later on today, we will have an NFT auction, so please allow me some minutes to give you some details about this event. The funds raised at our NFT charity auction benefit Asociația Ovidiu Ro, whose mission is to make quality early education available to all children in Romania. This auction would have never been possible without the generosity of the 8 amazing artists who have donated some of their best works to the benefit of this cause, and without the effort invested by the incredible team of Artmark, who managed to put together this auction in record time. Coming back to the cause that brings us here together, Read Me 100 Stories is the flagship program of Asociația Ovidiu Ro in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture, aimed to encourage reading in kindergarten and in family. There should be a video accompanying me here, but I think it will be as soon as possible. So, together with the local communities, we transform public kindergartens in Romania into islands of reading and nature, where children and adults decipher together the secrets of books and the universe and take care of the plants and animals around them. So by 2025, we want to transform all 4,500 public kindergartens into kinder libraries. Ovidiu Ro offer the following quality resources related to the national curriculum: carefully selected books for preschoolers and their educators, literacy-focused training sessions for children's educators, educational resources to organize the activity according to the reading plan prepared at kindergarten level, reading workshops for children so that preschoolers can develop their vocabulary and love for reading. So be here around 3 p.m. The auction will take place. It will be very interesting. But we have until then more speakers. I have the pleasure to invite next on the stage Mr. Augustin Gianu, entrepreneur and former Romanian Minister of Information Technologies and Communications, an entrepreneur, software developer at heart, previously served as Minister of Communication and Information Society in the Romanian government. Welcome.
First of all, I want to thank Mike for having me here, talk to you on the stage, and I want to thank all the amazing speakers before me for making this look very easy. It's been a while since I've spoken in public, so you'll please excuse me if I'm a little nervous. So the topic that I'm going to be discussing with you today is potential applications of blockchain in government. So the presentation is titled Blockchain Government for the 21st Century, ? Because I don't have all the answers. Maybe we'll find them together. But also because this was supposed to be a panel, and now it's a keynote by myself. So I'm going to be trying to answer some of the questions that I had ready for the panel, but hopefully I'm going to raise some more questions for yourselves to answer for yourself. So, you will please excuse my poor design abilities. What I want to talk to you about in the beginning is, why do we need a third party? Why do we need the concept of a trusted third party? Why is this a part of our society, a part of the way that we do things? And I think that maybe the simplest answer is that we couldn't have done and couldn't have organized society if every member of a society would talk to every other member of society to reach consensus. So imagine you have a group of 10 people trying to reach consensus, then you would have to have like around 100 talks between all the parties engaged to reach consensus. So it was practically infeasible to have societies organized this well. So this is why we appointed leaders, tribe chiefs, or judges, or all sorts of types of leaders. This is why we have them, because it was impractical until now to organize, in a distributed fashion. So we chose the centralized fashion because it was the only option that we had. If you want to organize a group of N people, you have just N connections. All of those people need to talk to the leader, and then the leader can, find a solution and organize. So this is why we had centralized societies, and this is why we have trusted third parties, and this is why our model was centralized until now. And then, again, we evolved to a more decentralized model where you have many leaders of countries, many leaders of companies, of societies, talking to each other to reach consensus on a global level or regional level. But now we can have distributed, because even though it is difficult for people, generally speaking, to have those 100 connections for 10 group people, now it's easy because we have blockchain, we have technology, and technology takes care of this burden for us. So now we can organize in a distributed manner without trusted third parties. But can we do away with trusted third parties for good? Can we say, okay, from now on we're just going to be using the blockchain, and we don't need to have presidents, we don't need to have judges, we don't need to have notaries? Can we do that? Well, the answer is obviously not. We cannot do away with them because there are a lot of challenges. First of all, there's always some input left that needs to come from the real world into the blockchain, and usually we call those oracles, places where information from the outside world is put into the blockchain, and that by definition is a trusted third party. So we cannot eliminate trusted third parties from our ways of doing business, of doing politics, and everything else. One of the biggest promises of blockchain in terms of how we organize society and in terms of the impact that it's having on government or politics is so-called liquid democracy, where you do away with political parties. You don't need political parties anymore. You just have, and you don't have one representative that does everything for you. You have, for each niche, for each type of topic and a subject, you have one representative. You vote for that guy, he does the thing that you voted him to do, and then he steps out and you appoint someone else for a different topic, for a different issue. So is this feasible right now? No. It's not feasible, and for many reasons. First of all, we don't know if it's a better model. We speculate that it might be, but we don't have actual data. No one has put this model to the test. So we don't know how it will do. An even more important issue is that the constitutions and laws, national laws, don't allow for this. So unless we're trying to topple some government somewhere, liquid democracy is not a thing. It cannot be done. You have to find solutions that are in the constitutional and legal framework of a country. So, where are we headed? Are we headed into a utopian, decentralized crypto society where everyone can have their say and express their views, or are we headed towards a blockchain plutocracy, right? Rule by a few powerful individuals using blockchain? It's a tough question, and I don't think I have the answer. But I want you to consider this. In a decentralized environment, right? Take Bitcoin, for example. Take Ethereum, for example. Any other public blockchain that is distributed and decentralized. The benefits of that are, efficiency of interaction, decentralized of decision, transparency, and trust. All the trust that we used to place on the trusted third party now is shifted to the math, right? To the algorithm, to the protocol. So if you respect the protocol, then you have trust. But in a centralized ecosystem, such as a modern-day government, blockchain enables control and oversight of all resources, political interactions, social interactions. Everything and anything can be recorded on the blockchain for the government to see, to mine, and to take decisions of that data mining. And this leads to mistrust, right? If you have a decentralized environment, blockchain brings trust. If you have a centralized environment and just one entity that implements the blockchain, then you have complete totalitarian, maybe, oversight and control. So it's a tricky question. So when thinking about how government will use blockchain and how we need to regulate blockchain, we also need to think about this. What are the powers that a government is allowed to have when using and operating a blockchain to coordinate and manage the economic and social and political activities in a country? So what would be like the most practical applications of blockchain in government? Well, there was this case about online voting. You can do online voting with blockchain, and it's going to be secure, and you're going to not have any more fraud. Well, it may or may not be the case. I've explored this subject with a group of very talented and bright people, and we tried to actually implement a software, a system that allows decentralized anonymous voting on a blockchain. The main concern on that, and we used crypto note protocol. Many of you maybe know Monero as a anonymous coin, an anonymous blockchain. Well, we took the crypto note protocol and tried to implement an anonymous voting system that is also secure and sort of traceable, in the sense that you can always know that someone who voted at a vote. It's shocking to me that someone can consider that electronic voting system secure, because it's based on trusting the authorities to do the right thing. And maybe Estonia has a trustworthy government, but there are many places in the world where people cannot fully place their trust in government, and this is what we're trying to actually solve with blockchain. Do away with the need to trust the people that organize the elections. So it's maybe not. Maybe we're not ready for online voting on a blockchain yet. But the other major use case is central banks' digital currencies, right? We have the electronic yuan already rolling out, right? The CCP has now real-time information on all economic transactions that people do with their digital yuans. So if someone at the CCP, if you bother someone, if they don't like you anymore, they can just push a button and then your wallet stops working. Then you can no longer buy and sell stuff. And it's a huge, huge power to give to any type of organization or government. So this is why we need to tread carefully when dealing with blockchain for government. So we have the digital euro, which is had some experimentation work done, and they're right now setting up some calendar, right? We have the digital dollar, which is years away from launch, maybe 4 or 5 years, I don't know. But we do know that the ones that implemented first and then stand the most to gain are the totalitarian regimes. So maybe this answers some of the questions about how we need to approach this to ensure trust and to ensure that governments that have this power do not abuse it. Okay, moving on to how the political scene would work for such a government. What would the political parties look like, in 10 years, 20 years from now? Will we still have the same political parties, or can we use the blockchain and maybe try to make a party as a DAO, as a decentralized autonomous organization? Can we have, maybe instead of political parties that answer to a political hierarchy, can we have networks of independent candidates or independent members of parliament that interact with each other dynamically, depending on topic, to get the best legislation done? And I think this is not only highly feasible, but highly recommended. I think it will happen, and I'm working on a project that is trying to push this change in Romania within the next 2 years. So we will have at least the use of blockchain for enabling and empowering independent representatives. But the question remains is what would the political parties, the current political parties all around the world do? Will they adapt? Will they take some of this new type of doing business and incorporate it into their daily activity? Will they use DAOs to become more transparent? Or will they be obsolete? Will they become obsolete and die? Or will they oppose this? Because usually people that are benefiting from the status quo would do anything to oppose change. So can we have government as a DAO? And will that still be a DAO? Will that still function as something decentralized? Or would it be a centralized autonomous organization? This is a phrase that I coined myself, so take it with a grain of salt. But if a blockchain is completely ran by the government, for the government, then you can no longer call it a decentralized organization. So it will be centralized, but it will be using automation and smart contracts to deal with some of the tasks. So the most likely use case that I'm seeing here for government, besides the ones that were already mentioned, is government contracting. You can use a sort of a smart contract to decide which bidder gets the contract, and then you don't have any more manipulation of public procurement processes. The least likely would be the justice system, because no one wants to be judged by a machine. You want to be judged either by a judge that is a person that you can relate to, or by a jury of your peers, people that are like you. So this type of use case is one of the use cases that is very, very related to like a dystopian society. So we need to be very, very careful, again, when implementing blockchain technology. Depending on the use case, we need to impose strict rules and do testing, do sandboxing, and not just rush to deliver everything at once, because there may be unforeseen consequences. So we need to be really, really, really careful. So one of the use cases that I am exemplifying here is not really most likely or least likely, but it's interesting, it's funny. Can you imagine having a fiscal authority like ANAF in Romania or the IRS in the United States that automatically taxes every transaction on a blockchain? And I think it's really, really feasible, You just need to implement some sort of regulation saying that the only blockchains that are accepted for business in a country are such and such blockchains that need to follow such and such rules. Maybe some of those rules mean, your code needs to be written in a sort of fashion so that it can, every transaction can pass a little piece of that value to the fiscal agency. This is highly likely, would be very smart, because you could actually tax transactions in the native coin, and then use that native coin with maybe decentralized exchanges or centralized exchanges to convert it to whatever coin you need to, whatever coin your system accepts. So it is highly likely, it would be very smart, but I'm not seeing this anywhere in the literature. This is not something that is really discussed, but we have some indications that this might be a real use case in the near future. Because we have this regulation from the European Commission, the proposed regulation called IDAS 2.0, The first IDAS was released in 2014. IDAS standing for EID and Assurance Services. So this regulation deals with digital identity in Europe and digital signatures, digital qualified certificates, and so on. So it deals with trust services and digital identity. But now they want to revamp the regulation. They want a new regulation that has digital identity at its core. The European Commission and the member states will issue for their citizens digital identity wallets capable of qualified electronic signature, which means that every action that a person can do, every social, economic, or political action can be done from the palm of your hand, from your phone, and it's legally binding, right? Qualified signature means that it's equivalent from the point of view of a government authority of a judge. It's equivalent to a handwritten signature, so it has the same legally binding effect. But there are some key indications of where things are going with this regulation, because they also have what's called a qualified blockchain service. So we don't really know what that means yet, because the Commission has yet to promote this regulation into being. The Parliament hasn't approved it yet, and there are subsequent acts by the Commission that will detail what this means. You know, what does it mean to be qualified? What do I need to do as a blockchain service provider to be qualified and recognized by the European Union and by member states? So we don't know what that is, but it opens the gate to actually impose a lot of smart things on blockchain service providers and on blockchains at the technology level. You know, much like the example that I gave with a fiscal authority that automatically taxes, you know, every transaction via smart contracts. There's also a new concept in this new regulation called qualified attribute attestation. So you can have in your digital wallet all sorts of credentials, like your high school diploma, like, your university diploma, every permit or driver license or whatever. You can have them in your digital wallet. But basically, qualified attribute attestation means NFT, or qualified NFT. It relates somehow to the presentation that was before me. And I think this also shows the way and the direction that a Commission is seeing for Europe and for the member states. So we need to keep an eye on what will be going on with the IDAS 2.0. Continuing on with what's going on in Europe, because this impacts all member states, including Romania, there's this project that they've been working on for the last 3 or 5 years called the EBSI, European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which means that the European Commission wants to do everything on the blockchain. Every type of social service, every type of political service, everything should be on the blockchain that is built and operated by the Commission and member states. So Vitalik Buterin had a meeting with the European Central Bank a few months back, and right now, if you're trying to Google this, to research this, you're not going to find it. But you're going to find that some of the results of the search have been removed. I'm curious as to why. Vitalik was in Bucharest a couple of months back, and I asked him, he was on stage, and I asked him, what did you discuss with the European Central Bank? Like, can you share some of that information, some of those details? And he was very reluctant to share, and he said, you know, they were interested in seeing how the technology works and understanding the technology better. But, you know, what they discussed is not as relevant as the fact that they did discuss. They did meet, and European Central Bank is looking very closely at the technology for issuing a digital euro. Maybe it will be on the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure. Maybe it will be on a different blockchain. We don't know. But we do know that the EBSI is now in the next phase, has passed the first phase of procurement, is in the phase 2A of the procurement, and some of the companies or technologies that were selected for this second stage, first, one of them was IOTA, and the other was something to do with Ethereum, some sort of Ethereum enterprise implementation. There were other technologies as well, but these two are most relevant because the Commission wants to have smart contracts, they want to have smart logic on their blockchain, but they also want it to be very, very, very fast. So they want a blockchain that doesn't exist. They want a blockchain that is both insanely fast, like 200,000 transactions per second, and they want a blockchain that is highly secure. And it's really, really difficult to when you have speed, you lose some of the security. When you have security, you lose some of the speed. So it's really, really interesting how this will pan out, and the fact that you have both IOTA and Ethereum as candidate technologies for this blockchain. And I guess we'll have to see how the procurement goes, and this will show and will shed some light on our future as residents of the European Union and as citizens of Romania. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let's move forward with the legal perspective. I have the honor to invite on the stage Mr. Andrei Burspânzaru, partner in Deloitte Legal and leader of Deloitte Private in Romania. He has 25 years experience in banking and capital markets. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers. Well, legal framework is not usually not viewed as so exciting as innovation and high frequency trading or whatever other things that make the news when it comes to crypto. On the other hand, legislation, you either address it up front and you're clear about it, or it comes to bite you from the back. And we've seen this in all sectors. Capital markets, financial markets included, and we've seen plenty of it also in the cryptocurrencies environment. Or maybe I should use the word digital assets, because in Europe, this is the term that seems to encompass everything, and probably the term that we're going to get used to use going forward. I'm going to try to give you a perspective on principles that we could use in regulating digital assets in Romania. And I think they're generally applicable, by the way. I don't think I'm inventing anything. What you see on the screen is just a drawing that shows the complexity of the crypto ecosystem. Yeah? It's highly complex. You have the digital assets that sit at the core of them. Some people would say blockchain sits at the core of them, not the cryptocurrencies. You have the infrastructure, the exchanges, you have custodians, you may have sub-custodians, and then you have the various investors, which could be consumers, could be corporates, could be asset managers, professional investors, and the likes. And then you have the innovators that continue building protocols and applications using the blockchain, and also at the left bottom you see, for example, the miners, the validators. All of these things create a highly, highly complex ecosystem. So, when you look at it and you don't have specific legislation, you start wondering, where should we start from in legislating? And I would say before asking ourselves where do we want to start from, we should set out a bit of a few principles in terms of how should we start, and not necessarily where should we start. And I think we should follow the idea that, like with anything that is new and innovative, first we should make sure that what we want is to facilitate innovation and not hinder innovation. Secondly, my view, we should only regulate what needs to be regulated. We should not regulate for the sake of regulation. Okay? Why? Because once you regulate something that didn't need to be regulated, you may actually get it wrong and you may hinder the things. Okay? We lawyers are very fond sometimes of Latin expressions. There is an expression there, it's called primum non nocere, which is fundamental principle for the medical profession, and it means first make sure you make no harm. Yeah? So it's great to treat somebody, but first things first, do not harm. Well, this is exactly the risk of over-regulation. You may want to do something good, but because you over-regulate, you may hurt actually the ecosystem you're trying to protect. And then we should think about what is the purpose. So these are the principles that I propose. And then you think about what is the purpose of regulation. Okay, you want to give clarity. clarify tax, legal, I didn't mention, I should have mentioned there also accounting, consumer protection, market abuse. I mean, there are various areas that, but essentially you want to give clarity to the market participants. They should know what they're getting into. You also want to give a certain degree of certainty and predictability. So you don't want to change laws too often, because then it's difficult for the stakeholders to build a business plan, for example. And last but definitely not least, you want to mitigate fraud in all shape or forms. I mean, you want to mitigate things that are against basic legal principles. Yeah. So let's keep this in mind going forward. And there are several approaches. It says possible local approaches. Why do I say that? Because there are also regional, we can call them multi-country approaches, and in EU, that's what we will have. So that's what we have to keep in mind, and I'm not going to enter into details about the proposed European regulation. I'm going to mention it a bit towards the end of the presentation, but that is not a local approach. I think the question now for the countries, and different countries took different perspectives, is how to approach this locally until we see the European, pan-European framework. Well, you could have one broad overreaching framework, and this is what the European regulation is trying to do. Okay, and it will do once it becomes enacted. Now, there are certain downsides of taking a broad overarching approach, and one is, it's quite a complex and a lengthy process. Why? Well, it's very easy, because we come back. It's a complicated thing to regulate, yeah? So it takes time to think about all the factors, so it takes time, it's lengthy. There's not a lot of knowledge of the legislators and of the regulators involved with this, and that's no surprise. I mean, we're all learning. I've learned with my clients. We're serving clients in this ecosystem, and that's how you learn. Okay, you read, you go to trainings and so on, but in the end of the day, you learn by doing the work. There is the risk of overregulation that I mentioned, and usually, human nature, we're afraid of what we don't know. So the risk there is, because of lack of knowledge and understanding on the side of the regulators, we may end up over-regulating. Yeah? And there's also, last but not least, the risk to become obsolete very early, because if, once again, you go back and you try to regulate all of those things, well, some of them are changing, all of them are changing, some faster than the other. So you have a risk that whatever you've regulated becomes obsolete too fast. And remember, we said one principle is predictability, stability of the legislation. That's always very, very important. So there is another possible local approach, okay, which we can call step-by-step modular approach. What do I mean there? Is you just try to make a prioritization, and it allows, such an approach allows you to, go for gradually regulating things based on what is really the priority, what is really very important to be regulated now. Okay? You avoid overregulation because you focus on very specific things. Even on very niche things you can overregulate, but the risk is much larger when you try to regulate the whole ecosystem. It obviously can be passed much faster because it's much focused, you need less knowledge, you have less things to focus on, so you can draft specific legislation faster. And it also gives flexibility for what I would call an organic development of the legislation. I mean, the civil code as we know it for civil code countries, civil law countries, but generally the legislation that we're surrounded by in every day was built up over time. Okay? And yes, there are certain things that could serve as inspiration, like capital markets legislation, yeah? But this is something new. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are new, especially for Europe, but I'd say generally. So you wonder, do you want to try to regulate everything in one place or to grow organically the development of legislation? To me, that seems the logical way to approach it. And there is less risk to do more harm than good if you take it like that. Why? Because you focus on pieces. Even if you get it wrong on a little bit of the ecosystem that you're legislating, at least you're not ruining the whole complex. So yeah, you're taking it step by step, essentially. Yeah. What is the current status in Romania? And I would say, to a large extent, what I'm saying here applies in many other countries. When you speak about crypto assets, first, a qualification, a caveat in what I'm saying, I'm not touching the CBDCs. I mean, central bank digital currencies are really something very different versus the whole cryptocurrency ecosystem as we know it. There we're talking about the national currency of a country, yeah? So that kind of legislation will definitely emerge, mainly from the national bank, central bank. It's really different. It will have an impact on the crypto ecosystem, but I'm not touching that today. I would make the distinction between utility tokens and other type of tokens. Why? Because here, my perspective is that things, are relatively clear as can be for any very new thing. Yeah? Utility tokens should not qualify as financial instruments. That's very relevant because that means securities law do not apply to them. They do not qualify as a type of e-money as defined by Romanian law, and by the way, Romanian law is, I would say, fully aligned with European law on that matter. So currently, utility tokens are definitely not e-money in my view, and therefore the related plethora of financial legislation that applies to them is not applicable. And also, they do not represent funds in the sense of the payment legislation, the payment directives, payment services directives, which concern entities that deal with transfer of funds. Yeah. We have some guidance in terms of what's happening at European level, and I've mentioned one piece of opinion issued by ESMA, European Securities Market Authority, which is like a regulator of the capital markets regulators in Europe. They came out in 2019 with a paper, and basically what they said is they reviewed how do the regulators in Europe look at assessing what is and what is not a financial instrument. Because any securities lawyer knows that in securities law you have a list of, in Europe at least, you have a list of types of financial instruments, yeah? And then there is a section usually saying that the Securities Commission may qualify other type of instruments as financial instruments, bringing them therefore under the securities law. So apparently the vast majority of European regulations did not qualify up to now a financial product as a transferable security unless it's something resembling to either shares, bonds, options, or derivatives, or the likes. Okay? So basically what does that mean is that crypto assets which give similar rights to traditional shares, bonds, options, derivatives will very likely be classified as securities, which means they will be subject to securities law. Utility tokens that are referred to first, they don't meet any of those criteria, okay? So these are, let's say, some guidelines in terms of looking at them. Of course, there are way more type of crypto assets than the utility tokens. And there, let's say, a lot of attention has to be paid. Maybe a discussion about digital assets as money. Because, by the way, we all think we know what money means. Well, we know physically, we know when we have money in our bank accounts and so on, or in our hands. But if you try to define money from a legal perspective, well, you'll figure out the things are not equally clear. But on the other hand, you keep hearing expressions like paying with cryptocurrencies, and that, triggers a question, so does that mean cryptocurrency is money? Well, even the name, which I don't think it's entirely adequate, cryptocurrency is, are crypto assets currencies in a legal sense? Well, under the currency regulations, well, let's take it first with the payment legislation, yeah, which speaks about transfer of funds. By funds, they mean banknotes, coins, scriptural money or electronic money, yeah? And then, the currency regulations come and give us advice. What are banknotes and coins? Well, they are currency issued by National Bank of Romania, which must be accepted for payment. Must is a very important word there. Yeah, there are some common characteristics that unites the definition of funds in a monetary sense. Yeah? And we basically have some European Commission criteria. I mean, when we were asked a while ago to issue legal opinions on this, we had to do research to find out what the law says about money. Civil code is silent, doesn't care about it. Yeah? So we even found some European Commission criteria. They're issued as recommendations, so they're not really a piece of law. But they're interesting because they qualified what is a legal tender. Yeah? Because, by the way, if it is legal tender, then it is money, it is a currency, okay? And vice versa. And there are some criteria. It has to be mandatory acceptance. In other sense, an authority, for example, cannot refuse, to get paid in a legal tender. Yeah, acceptance has to be done at full face value. If I have a banknote that says 100 euro, then, you cannot dispute that. You cannot say, no, I don't believe it's 100 euro. Yeah, so that's face value. And it has to give you the power to discharge payment obligations. Now, interestingly, cryptocurrencies can be used to discharge payment obligations. Yeah? That is possible, but that's only one criteria out of 3. Yeah? So my interpretation here is that cryptocurrencies do not qualify from a legal perspective as money. And that's good news, actually, because if it would qualify, a number of regulations would apply to it. Bitcoin is an exception because of the well-known to the people in the crypto assets community, El Salvador president, who qualified Bitcoin as legal tender. So there could be an argument, I'm not making it as such, but there could be an argument that Bitcoin could be viewed as falling under currency regulations. Okay? At least we make a qualification in that respect. How about payments? Because I just said they're not money, so can we use them for payments or not? Yeah? Well, yes. I mean, our civil code is very generous in that respect. Payment is any mean of settling an obligation. Yeah? So I'm not constrained. You know, I owe you money, but if we agree that I'm going to give you a chair against my debt and you accept that, that's fine. And it's a payment. I've paid my debt. Yeah? So payments are valid, yeah. They're not subject to currency regulations in my view, again, but it really depends what kind of token are we talking about, okay? But with the exception of Bitcoin, the others should not be really subject to currency regulations. That's very important, because like in Romania, we have a provision saying between Romanian residents for regulatory purposes, you only can make payments in local currency, which is wrong. Yeah. So you have to ask yourself, you know, can I make a payment in another thing? So therefore, it's very important to understand, does the currency regulation apply to payment in cryptocurrencies? And I make the argument that with the exception of Bitcoin, it does not. Yeah. What is the legal nature? Well, generally, we're speaking about exchange of goods. Yeah. If you're selling me something and I'm paying you in a cryptocurrency, I put Bitcoin aside, as I said, you could argue that the nature of the legal obligation, the legal nature of the operation is an exchange of goods. This is quite a technical legal argument. I'm not going to insist on that. How about converting digital assets in fiat? Well, there in Romania, we have a situation which I hope will not occur in future projects to legislate crypto in Romania. Because what happened here is we have a piece of legislation, a transposition of the directive with some original local features, which basically aim to give some clarity about what license or what approvals from the authority you should have in order to be able to convert crypto into fiat. Okay? And it covers quite a broad spectrum of the players. Yeah? Crypto to fiat exchange service providers, centralized exchanges, as long as they allow crypto to fiat exchanges. Does not cover crypto to crypto. Yeah? That is not concerned by this legislation. This is, by the way, the Romanian approach, but in other countries, you know, different views were taken by the transposition of this AML directive, like in France, yeah. And it also covers digital wallets provider only as long as they have access to private keys or they can control the private keys, yeah. Per contrario, as we say, if they do not, then it should not be covered. The problem is, you see there a list of the licensing steps that you need to take, and you see you have to interact with a number of authorities. The problem is that the licensing procedure is the law says the licensing procedure will be regulated. And will be regulated by cooperation of a broad spectrum of authorities. Yeah? It's going to be a government decision, and you know, they have to be prepared by Ministry of Finance together with the ML office, Romanian Digitalization Agency, and validated by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Consumer Protection Agency. Plenty of regulators. Yeah? Probably because there are so many, we still don't have those procedures, which just creates a bit of a legal vacuum. Yeah? So you set up something that is meant to give clarity. People want to get licensed. There are companies who are looking forward to that. Yeah? But then, you know, you don't issue the regulations to allow people to know what procedure they should follow. And then you create a legal uncertainty, which I don't think is healthy. And I hope that future, you know, attempts to regulate in Romania will avoid that kind of risk. Yeah? Getting closer to the end of the presentation, on purpose I left MiCA, so-called Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. This is a European draft regulation that I think will come into force quite soon. It's really the type of regulation that has the ambition to regulate pretty much the whole ecosystem. Not entirely, but a lot of it. Yeah? It's very ambitious. It follows to a very large extent the banking and capital markets existing framework. So it makes analogies like stablecoin issuers apparently will be regulated in a similar fashion as e-money issuers in Romania. Not in Romania, in Europe, yeah, because it's European regulation, but exactly because it's European, it will apply everywhere. It's very important that it's a regulation. It's not a directive. So it will not allow transposition in different fashion in European states. Regulations, in Europe, they apply as such to everybody in Europe. Okay, so it will create a common level ground for this. So you may wonder, okay, since MiCA is coming, should we still do anything locally? Yes, we do. We should, for a variety of reasons. MiCA is not going to address all the aspects, yeah. And secondly, before MiCA will come in place, which we don't know exactly when it will come, and okay, we have an idea, a pretty good idea how it will look, but we don't know exactly when it will come in place. There is a run between the states in terms of how do you position yourself as a country in terms of adoption of technology. So, I would say nobody can really stop technology. So what you can do is to try to really open your country to technology and make it friendly. I have to close my presentation today with something that I just read yesterday. I picked that, I think, from CoinDesk. And essentially, I really think it's great news when you speak about regulating crypto assets. Basically, what yesterday appeared on the internet is that we have, in Spain, a first regulated crypto exchange service provider. This is really spectacular and means a lot. And it means a lot not just for Spain, but for all the European states. Spain is not just an EU member, but a sizable EU member, an important one, has a vibrant banking ecosystem. And basically their legislation, the fact that not only that they had the criteria to license a crypto service provider, but they actually did license one. It's basically going to give, in my view, a lot of comfort to other central bank regulators across Europe into doing similar. Now they also have a model. Yeah? So definitely there are things, there are areas in which we can get inspiration from. And I really think this is super, super relevant news, what happened in Spain. We could talk much more about this, but I think we have to stick to the schedule, to the agenda of today. So I'm going to stop here. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and many thanks to all the speakers we had until now. We have reached the end of the first part of our event. I would like now to invite you to lunch in the next room, and we'll continue after this break with many other presentations. I will be waiting for you here around 2 p.m. 2:20, so please have a great lunch. Gentlemen, welcome once again. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Let's start now the second part of our event. We'll have 1 hour of presentations with special guests and then the auction, NFT auction moment. And you already received the pedals for the auction moment, so keep them close. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Sebastian Cochinescu, founder and CEO, Tailpath. Sebastian is a tech entrepreneur and the CEO and founder of Tailpath.com, a technology company that adds transparency to supply chains by using public blockchains. Welcome him, please.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here today. So I'm going to be talking about blockchain standards, policies, diplomacy. Sounds a bit boring. However, it's not, I promise you. Because, for instance, today, this is what blockchains seem to look like. The expectations about blockchain, something complicated, something that's very promising, something that's going to change our lives, right? And this is how it looks like today, unfortunately. But let's get to serious stuff. The blockchain standards, right? There's a lot of inconsistency in between blockchains and standards. So there are at least 3 bodies that are working actively on defining the blockchain standards. This technology, as you all are aware of, it's very new. So GS1 is one of the bodies, and IEEE and Blockchain in Standards Alliance is doing a great job on defining those standards today. We, with Tailpath, are a part of Blockchain Transport Alliance, and they're trying alongside FedEx and other major players to define what's going on in the blockchain space in transportation. This is how it looks like. I'm not going to go through the technical details. You just need to know that somebody's working on it, and this means that people will start to take blockchain seriously. Of course, there are a lot of, as I said, complicated things that we talk about every week or so. And finally, let's hope in a couple of years, all things will be aligned and we will start talking about a real standardization among blockchain systems. Now, let's talk a bit about blockchain policies. So OECD is one of the pioneers in this field in 2018. This is Mr. Angel Guerra. He was the former Secretary General of OECD. In 2018, they started this OECD Blockchain Policy Forum, where there are a lot of topics that are discussed. What's important to know is that they're thinking about it, and they talk about supply chain resilience, and that's something that I'm very fond of course, as a company that's working in supply chain. Then international regulatory approaches, and that's something very important for our for those that govern us. And also virtual assets and financial crime. Financial crime is, as you are aware of, a big problem, and blockchain may somehow, let's say, solve this problem. And of course, sustainability, responsible business conduct in public blockchains. And maybe you were not aware of, and that's why I'm here today, just to give you a hint or to introduce you to this kind of topics and to know that OECD is actively working on this, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of this since 2018. Digital identity, probably something that you already know about, and it has been talked today during this event. Now, blockchain diplomacy, that's even trickier, let's say, or maybe you were not aware of that. Diplomacy, what does diplomacy has to do with blockchain? Well, let's start it like this. My God, this is the end of diplomacy. Did you know who said that and when? Because you know diplomacy is dead, right? 2022. It was in 1850s, Lord Palmerston, who was the British Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary in the UK. Well, he said that when he received the first telegraph message. Diplomacy is not dead, right? So blockchain is not a threat to diplomacy either, or any other technology. How the technology will impact the diplomatic environment? Well, I'm going to say here that geopolitics, geoeconomic sovereignty, and interdependence are some topics that are going to see some changes, not only with blockchain, but with technology, with the new technologies that come up. There are new topics right now on the diplomatic agendas, such as privacy, cybersecurity, and internet governance. And last but not least, of course, the use of new tools, such as big data, social media, AI, and of course, blockchain. And that's what blockchain has to do with diplomacy. If you are interested, or if I raised your interest on this topic, you may see me talking to some very interesting people on my internet show. This is Mr. Ambassador Doru Costa. He was the Romanian ambassador in China, and in Kuwait, and at the United Nations. This is Dan Archer, the Dutch attaché for innovation at the Dutch embassy in Japan. And this episode will be published soon. We've been talking about some very interesting topics on diplomacy and blockchain in Amsterdam last month. And the British Embassy in Bucharest were kind enough to invite me to talk in front of the whole staff for 1 hour. That was a seminar that was held last year here in Romania. So there's an interest on blockchain, there's an interest on high interest on technology, and of course this diplomacy side is quite interesting to say the least. Now, what would be the impact on government, blockchain impact on government? So here there are again some topics that you may be interested in. One is that it may improve the quality of government services. It may, right? So we're in Romania right now. This means digitalization is probably first. However, if we want to improve the quality of the government services, blockchain may be of assistance. Then we may safeguard the property rights and even prevent fraud, cut the red tape and waste. And again, this is not only about Romania, right? So in Romania, you could cut red tape and waste by doing something less complicated than blockchain, right? But in the international landscape, that's something very important, and of course, improve transparency. Tailpath, my company, this is not a company pitch, right? But I just need to mention this, that Tailpath was used in 2018 by NATO at the Vigorous Warrior military medical exercise. That was the largest military exercise in NATO's history. So it was one of the first uses of blockchain in NATO. And this is again something that may be useful for other companies to see, or for other people to know, that NATO is actively looking on adding new technologies to their stack, especially in the geopolitical context nowadays. What we may say about the blockchain future, and I'm saving some minutes for you to ask a few questions, if any of you think about them so far. So we see DeFi, there are 2.5 billion people unbanked. So this is something that is very important and will impact all of us. Then NFTs, right? Later on, we're going to have here an auction on NFTs. And this adds uniqueness certificates to anything, but now it's in art because that's the the low-hanging fruit. We have the metaverse, right? Facebook is promoting that a lot, but if it comes to identity and truth, and we're going to live our lives in a virtual reality, and then we will have to rely on a new system of identity that I hope is going to live on some sort of blockchain. Then government regulations. Government regulations do not mean something bad. They are not evil. As I mentioned earlier on the OECD slide, very smart people are working on this, and they're actually, believe it or not, working for our good. And okay, blockchain and geopolitics. We're going to see a lot more of that. Blockchain and geopolitics, blockchain and diplomacy. And as I said, if you're interested in that, please don't be shy and ask right now. So as William Gibson said, the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. So with that in mind, I'm going to invite you to ask me anything. If not now, maybe later. If there's a mic in the room or someone wants to ask a question, I'm going to count to 3. That's one. So could you please add the microphone to, or you can just speak up. That's
I'm very curious your thoughts on working in blockchain in Romania. What does that mean? Is it good? Is it bad? What are your thoughts generally on that?
Working in blockchain in Romania, I think it's a wonderful opportunity because, as you are aware of, we have here a lot of talent. That's one thing. The cost of living is very low or low. And then we also have almost a fiscal paradise for those that earn an income as a private individual on crypto. So 10% is basically a fiscal paradise. So my take on this would be that it's a perfect place to be, one of the few places in the world that are safe. Right, we are near Ukraine right now, but it's safe. A lot of talent. We see this whole environment growing and growing, and I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience today that know how this environment grew in Romania so far. So I would just say, do it. There has never been a better place than Romania to start doing something and to build on blockchain than today. So, yes, please. You have a mic.
Or I can speak. I can speak, yeah, okay, cool. So don't you think it would be fair to add maybe DAOs to the future of blockchain? And because I think that might be really important. They might play an important role in the way people organize digitally, right?
Sure, that would be something that needs to be updated on my slides. So DAOs are decentralized autonomous organizations might be the next big thing on blockchain, and we see more and more governance protocols coming up, and it's very important. Even the use of NFTs is intertwined with DAOs right now. So thank you for that update on my slide. So anyone else? So thank you so much. I would love to keep up with all of you over email, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, and I hope we see many, many blockchain projects in Romania also. Moving forward, our next Paul, founder and CEO, Alpha Block Technologies. Mukul builds machines that beat any market at any time, and with Alpha Block Technologies, he's currently transforming the world of global do-it-yourself investing. That sounds promising. Please welcome him.
Okay, so now you just heard what I do. I build machines that invest smartly for anybody who wants to invest. So this is the DIY. So the do-it-yourself is basically the story of a computer, a dog, and a man. And the dog is there to make sure that the man doesn't interfere with the computer. So we build machines that you have to tell them what to do, and they will do the job. Now this might seem like that the machines are going to take over the world and all that. See, I'm not really about that story. I'm really about solving a problem here. And the problems are many. And one of the big problem is that every day we have more data. Every day we have more information. Every day we have new technology, new processes, and everybody is feeling that they are getting smarter. But unfortunately, that's not what's happening. Too much information, too much data, too much processing is not necessarily making us smarter, because human beings don't have the capability to process so much information, and this is very tiring. That is one thing. So coming from this information overload context, I want to tell you some things, and which is that there's this huge trend towards policing information. There was a recent scam back in India, where the National Stock Exchange, which is the leading stock exchange in the country, they fired their chief executives because those chief executives or people in power in the stock exchange allowed their friends to keep their servers closer to the stock exchange server. And this co-location, as we call it, the co-location scam, is because it is believed that if my server is close to the data, I'm going to be smarter because I have better access to information. So somewhere the information age that we are thrilled about and excited about is left to the bots to take away the last bit of breadcrumbs of intelligence that is thought to be connected with access to information. I'm sorry to disappoint you that access to information and more information is not going to make you smart, and it is never going to make you intelligent. So that is why I'm doing what I'm doing. So I hope that's clear to what is my purpose here. So now I'll tell you another story. The other story is that we are all excited because none of us has seen here 1929. Or we have only seen pictures of Great Depression and the problems and the job losses. There is so much cash in the system that it is very hard to imagine a difficult perspective. Now I'll tell you what kind of difficult perspective. Though history is always rhyming, it is not repeating, so you will not get a similar Great Depression because we are making smarter food, smarter systems. You will not just get the same picture of joblessness. There's a whole new innovation at this point of time, but something will happen which I don't think you may understand, is for the last 70, 90 years, there is something which has not become expensive, and that is food. Food inflation has not happened over the last 78 years. And when food inflation starts to happen, then there is a problem because you have all the money, but you are buying half the bread with the same money. You have the same money, but you cannot afford to buy houses. So the whole idea of inflation eating into the so-called crypto wealth is something you will slowly see, because all these things happen slowly. We don't see the change because it's very slow. So I told you about information deluge. I told you about speed breakers which are being put today so that we all, with our Porsche car and Dacia car and all the cars, stop at the speed breaker so we can all give the benefit of doubt to Dacia so that it can access the information slowly. It doesn't matter whether you have a Porsche, you're going to stand at the speed breaker because it's unethical to access that information faster if you have a Porsche compared to Dacia. So all this policing of access to information is basically about the breadcrumbs that are left to juice information. So for me, information is not an orange that you can juice. Food inflation is a reality, and you don't understand intelligence. And AI doesn't understand it, because if AI would understand it, there is something that AI could do, is solve an asset management problem. Asset management, all of us manage assets. We have pensions, we have sovereign funds, Yale, endowment. $100 trillion is the money that is being managed today. Did you know that? Anybody knows that? Yes, $100 trillion. $100 trillion are being managed, and 9 out of 10 smart managers over a period of 10 years don't beat the market. Now, if I ask you another question, what do you think is the market? It is another difficult question, because we just never ask, what is intelligence, what is that we are beating, or is this risk worth taking, is this risk too much, am I really becoming richer or am I becoming poorer? We don't have any clue. So I was asked to speak on risk management and policy, and I think that the real policy for policy makers should be to understand that we are no more going to solve things by being reactive. Oh, the market has crashed, let's punish the brokers. The reactivity will not work. There is a need for proactivity, because suddenly from the small market of New York Stock Exchange, we have made everything a market. NFTs is a market, what we sell in NFT is a market, every alternative asset is a market. Suddenly, from 100,000 liquid assets, we are going to make trillions of assets. What is the watchdog going to do? The watchdog has a very difficult job. So my suggestion for the watchdog, which is what I was called here to speak for, is that there is a new speed breaker that has to be brought in place. And that speed breaker is, in a simple way, is to tell you to stop looking at your trading screens, to consciously know that just because you're trading, you're not going to become richer. How to control your engagement with information, your emotional engagement with information, is a policy that should be put in place. Businesses should be built around disconnection or detachment, or giving people thinking time to deal with information. So this is not something like a philosophy. This is something which is very real we are building. So if you come to our platform and you say, Mukul, I want to buy an Apple stock, you can buy it, but you will have to buy it at least for a day. We will not let you come in, go out, change your mind, do it again, something. No. When you come to us, you buy an Apple stock for at least a day, and maybe for at least a week, maybe for at least a year. So this slow downing or dealing with information is a very important process if you ever want to become intelligent, or you ever want to see intelligent society. So that is where I'll stop. Thank you very much. Any questions for my monologue that I just made? Yes. Anybody? No questions. Do I hear something? No, I don't hear anything. Yes.
So, thank you for the talk, for the speech. Could you elaborate on how slow is this food inflation, please? So when actually I will be able to buy half of bread? Just, yeah, for my own perception.
Yeah, I know, good that you're concerned about it. A crisis, an economic crisis when food inflation is not there, is not a real crisis. Because we are still among the 1% of the elite who spend more than $50 a day. We can come to these conferences, we can afford a lifestyle, but the world doesn't have this luxury. The world really, there is still a part of the world which lives in under $2 USD a day, and that's where food inflation really hurts. But I'm happy that you are concerned about it. So the food inflation is already happening. Do you know that the wheat prices have fallen for more than 10 years, and now for the last 1.5 years they've been rising? Whether it's wheat, whether it is sugar, whether it is coffee, whether it is cocoa, whether it is cotton. I know this is not cryptocurrencies that are very exciting, but this is happening. For the last 1.5 years, food inflation is happening. So bread is becoming expensive, means wheat prices have already gone up more than 100% from its lows over the last 12 months. So I believe, or I was asked what's my forecast, and I said the same thing, that I see a secular bull market in tangible goods, which includes agriculture, which includes energy, which includes precious metals, which includes industrial metals. So if you are happy paying $1,000 for your iPhone phone, get ready to pay $3,000 for it, so that you understand what inflation is. Any other question? Yes, please.
So when we talk about inflation, usually we refer to a basket of something which is related to a specific coin, usually a fiat coin, you know, traditional currency like USD or Euro or something else. The question is, when the US government issued the stimulus after the COVID pandemic, and I think it was 2.5 trillion, something around that. When we look around in the world right now and we see, such as you said, food inflation, is it because there is a certain limiting in the way we can produce food, or is it because there is a overabundance of cash in the market, and that diminished the power of, the buying power of the cash itself? This is the first part of the question. The second part of the question, in the blockchain space, we kind of consider to have this sacred idea of having, hard caps and monetary mass limits, and we have, the fixed monetary mass of Bitcoin, for example, which is used as a reference point. And there is, a philosophical difference between how markets and governments usually issue cash as stimulus after crisis to rebound the economy. On the other hand, we have the crypto and the blockchain space, which think about deflationary purposes and trying to think in, limited amount of monetary mass, which means that you won't have inflation in the crypto space. Transitioning from the traditional economy to the blockchain economy, where do you see there's going to be, a breaking point of logic when you're going to stop flooding the market with money and we're going to think in deflationary purpose?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think they should be asking you to make a talk here, because it's important to have this these processes. So the first part, money. There is a part of money that is smart, and smart money knows where the world is heading. So smart money understands that your fiat is useless because fiat in US has something along with it, and that is plus $30 trillion debt. So if the fiat, smart money knows it is useless, nature is like this. There is always something of use coming out to deal with something that is useless. So the use is why tangible goods are useful. It doesn't matter how much agriculture you can grow. You can eat just, fruits on the tree and live, but you have a lifestyle. So it is not about production per se. It's about the lifestyle of the society, and the smart money understanding it, that saying these are tangible goods, the world cannot live without it, so I should be buying it. So that's smart money. It's not about crop. And these are all factors. You can reasons and other things. And the second part you already answered, means the DeFi society has a purpose. And this purpose is not going away, because you have human interference in the markets. Whenever it wants to fall because it is tired, it's exhausted, it's exuberance, they say, no, don't fall, I will give you money. When you interfere with the markets consistently, you destroy them. And hence the role of DeFi to not destroy something which can naturally work. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much also. I might add that also about inflation, each of us have a specific and their own inflation, because each of us consumes different. When we see the data from the National Bank, it's just a statistic data, it's a media, but depending of what I'm buying, what products I'm choosing, we have our own specific inflation. And also for Romania, they say the peak will be in April, then it will go a little bit down. Let's hope for that. Moving forward, our next guest, Mr. Bogdan Buta, Managing Associate, DLA Piper. Bogdan is a lawyer admitted to practice in Louisiana, USA and Romania. He works in a corporate team and is based here. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I would like to discuss today about blockchain regulation from a legal perspective, and in particular with my everyday experience as a lawyer. There's basically no week that goes by without getting a call or an email from clients or from friends asking me questions regarding blockchain. Can we do this? How is this done? And it's not just crypto related, it's also about the technologies that were described today here. What I typically do is, because it's a very ever-changing technology, I always look at the law again to make sure there's no new change that I might miss. And in most cases, I really don't find anything that's relevant to their case. What do I do then? Do I tell them where it's not regulated, so because it's not prohibited, you can go ahead and do it, but there's also a risk, and you have to take that risk? And how do you define that risk? I mean, except for anti-money laundering and criminal or even tax implications, you can't really put your finger on this risk. And why do we have this situation here? It all comes down to the fact that as an EU member state, we pretty much have given up our liberty to legislate in certain areas. And the European Commission has that power now to impose regulation for all member states, which are basically, there are basically two types. Regulations who apply directly into Romanian legislation. You don't need a special local law to adopt, or you have directives which apply indirectly in that it instructs the member states to adopt local laws, and sometimes it gives freedom on how to regulate certain matters. But that's all great because it means that the member state doesn't have to do all the research, the drafting, and the process. When the European Commission adopts this regulation, it always involves individuals and people from each member state. So we have what's called the primary legislation. Okay, you have the legal framework, you have the rights, the obligations, you know how the industry is regulated. But primary legislation, as it's called, also means that you need secondary legislation, which is actually the process, the procedure, how do you get the license, what can you do, what steps do you need to do with the public agencies or with the regulator to be able to conduct your business as you want. And unfortunately, in Romania, there have been two, let's say, standard situations in relation to secondary legislation after the primary legislation was adopted at the EU level. It's either we don't implement secondary legislation, and I believe the other speakers today spoke about that. Everything gets stuck. You know you would be able to, I don't know, open an exchange or carry out certain actions, but in practice, when you go to the regulator, he will tell you, well, I don't have specific procedures for this, so can't help you. Come back later when we have some, which is very frustrating, and of course it kills innovation because you can't put on hold your business unless you're willing to take a huge risk, especially a legal risk. And the second category is when we create a secondary legislation, but it's totally disconnected with the reality or with the market practice. And that happens because that piece of secondary legislation is created by a bunch of guys who are sitting in an office and they don't discuss at all with the stakeholders in the market. They just look at the primary legislation, Google a bit about the technology or whatever they want to regulate, and they come up with a draft, and that's it. According to law in Romania, you have to publish the draft regulation. You have to publish it on your website, and you have to be open to receive comments from the public. and not just receive comments, but actually take them into consideration. What happens is, first, they might publish that on a section on their website where you can't really find it, unless you're really searching their website every day, you won't notice it, or you will perhaps notice it after the period for comments has lapsed, or you submit comments, maybe you even get engaged with the regulator, but in the end, the final draft is the same as the initial one. So the entire process was superficial. But I don't want to, although I started on a negative note, I want to shortly transition towards a positive one. And a positive example is one in which I got involved recently, and it involves the Romanian Authority for Digitalization, or ADR. They recently adopted a regulation as secondary legislation for regulating remote identity verification through video means, right? Because during the pandemic, we all realized we can't open a bank account anymore because we can't go physically to their offices. So the bank started to implement this solution, but it was unregulated. It was just tolerated by the authorities in absence of an alternative. So getting to my story, they publish the draft law, we find it. I have a client who has a service in this industry, and we notice that this regulation only allows remote identity verification through video means which involves a human operator. So although it's digital, the sign-off has to be done by a human operator. And my client had a solution, which is not unique in the world, which doesn't involve a human operator. Rather, it's done automatically through AI, which, through machine learning and countless tests, has learned to immediately send a response on whether your ID or your selfie, whether they match, whether the ID is not a forgery. And they were concerned because it pretty much stopped their business, right? They couldn't do it anymore because the regulation said you can only do it this way with a human operator, otherwise the identification will be considered null and void. No bank, no client who needs KYC or AML would engage your services. So we started preparing comments, we sent them to the regulator, to ADR. We were invited as other stakeholders to a physical meeting where we explained our product and we made our case for, expanding the scope of application for this regulation. After a few weeks, we get an updated version. It's not ideal, it's not flawless, but at least it allows this solution as well. So there was flexibility and openness from the regulator. And what I wanted to point out by this story is that you can really have in Romania a dialogue between the regulator and the stakeholders. Okay, it's not a perfect example, it's not a perfect outcome, but let's look 5 years back when you had the National Bank of Romania or the Financial Supervision Authority who just issue regulation. You would be directly affected by it, and unless you had some friends, you didn't know about it. But the solution to this is not just involving the stakeholders and creating this sort of debate on the draft law. The solution I want to suggest is one that's called a regulatory sandbox, which is a concept used already by other countries, and their history and experience tells us that this is one of the reasons why their companies, especially tech companies, have been successful. A regulatory sandbox is basically a framework created by the regulator which allows companies and innovators to experiment with their products and services in a controlled environment and directly supervised by the regulator. So, for example, you can test your product with 100 customers, you get someone from the regulator with you, you send reports, you discuss, you analyze the data, and then, after the experiment is done, then you start working on the piece of legislation. And in doing that, the regulator understands better what it regulates, because it has direct input, and he has seen in person how that product or service works and how it affects the public, right? Because the purpose of the regulator is to protect the public. And probably one of the best examples is United Kingdom, who created this concept for fintech startups a while ago, and now you can see the results. Most of the successful startups in fintech come from UK, and it's not just about talent or because it's a developed market. It's because they were allowed to do this, while in other countries, probably someone had a similar idea, but they couldn't do it because they were afraid, because it was not a regulated environment, and they didn't want to take risks. So to end my presentation, I think that Romania is slowly progressing, and I think blockchain should be regulated, not just by creating a piece of legislation that comprehensively addresses all aspects, and it's also in accordance with the EU law. But I think the concerned regulators should create this concept of regulatory sandbox. So if you have, let's say, you want to use blockchain in public listed companies for shareholders meetings, do it. Just involve, the trade registry, involve the whatever authorities has jurisdiction over this. Let's see how it's done. Let's see if the shareholders have any concerns. Does the voting go according to the plan? And I think with this approach, which is you as a regulator, you get more data and more input, and you understand better what you're trying to address. I think with this approach, we can be leapfrogging in this region of Europe and actually become the place to go for blockchain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next guest is Mr. Reginald Amons, Vice President, Business Development, Bitcoin Romania. Thank you so much. Welcome, please.
Hey, guys. So as you said, I'm Reginald Amons. I'm Vice President, Business Development for Bitcoin Romania. Bitcoin Romania, but you may not know this, it's the largest crypto exchange in the country. It also, interestingly enough, put the first crypto ATM into Europe in 2014. It was established by George and Constantine Roteriu, and we now have 70 crypto ATMs where people, the whole range, Constantine's here, wave at everybody, where people can take cash and they can buy crypto through a machine. Bitcoin Romania leverages their exchange to do that trade on behalf of our clients. And our clients range from the unbanked to crypto curious to very, very sophisticated traders, and then in the middle, kind of buy and hold investors. So we see the broad gamut of crypto-involved people in what we do. Now, the reason I'm here today is, actually, I think Bogdan stole part of my speech a little bit. I think, because we had a chat at lunch, and I gave him some phrases. We think, I'm taking credit, we think that Romania can leapfrog. Bogdan and I do, and Constantine and I. We think it can become the epicenter for crypto, for blockchain in the East, okay? And that it can have tremendous influence on the rest of Europe. Now, here's the problem. I mentioned earlier that we have these crypto ATMs. Now, we have 70 of them deployed right now throughout Romania. We're productizing them. We're going to launch them into the rest of Europe shortly. Well, that's great, but half of our ATMs are managed by franchise partners. That means they take one of our machines, they place it in a location, they put the first cash inventory into the machine. So when somebody wants to make a trade, they want to sell some crypto that they own, well, the machine spits out cash for them. Well, fine. Well, how do you get cash into that machine after it's empty? Well, we wire money to the partner's bank account, and guess what happens? Their bank account gets shut down. Last week, one of our clients came in and said, hey, Reg, I want to buy 4 Bitcoin. All right, that's roughly 160,000 euros. Okay, he came in, we had a nice cup of coffee, he brought his laptop, went into his Romanian bank, he wired the money. The money went, everything was beautiful. I said, hey, you know, I'll tell you when the cash hits our account. That'll be our transaction date. You'll get the price at that point. Yeah, there was no money received. I called him up. I said, hey, Julian, what? You know, you do some magic? You trying to get some free Bitcoin? He said, no, the money's out. Look, he sent me a screenshot. The money was gone out of his account, but it never reached us. 4 phone calls at an increasing level of higher management within the bank, and a week later, he was allowed to send his money to us because we're Bitcoin Romania. My first paycheck from Bitcoin Romania was rejected by my Romanian established bank. I had to take documents. It took me 2 weeks to prove that I'm not a money launderer, I'm not in pornography, I'm not a bad man, and that the company I work for isn't involved in any of that stuff either. Their only crime was being involved in cryptocurrency. So, Bogdan, fantastic idea, sandboxing. Our goals are similar. We want to see this place thrive, to leapfrog, to use the assets that are abundant in Romania, the intellect, the IT resources, the innovation, the flexibility, the get it done attitude. We'd all like to see that. We want to see businesses, blockchain, DeFi, crypto related businesses flood into Romania. But if they can't operate because they can't pay their employees, they can't pay their vendors, that's not going to happen, folks. So what we propose is the first sandbox be with Romanian bank regulators. We want to fit within the primary legislation. We're not suggesting revolution, but those secondary regulations. There needs to be maybe a safe harbor, maybe incentive for banks to treat this community like it treats everybody else. All of them won't, maybe they don't even have to, but there will be some banks that step into that if they can get consistency, if they can get some assurance that they're not going to be penalized. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're suggesting as the cornerstone for this leapfrog event. For the rocket to take off, guys, you got to be able to pay your people. You have to be able to receive payments. In the old world systems, we'll take care of that issue once we gain the infrastructure. DeFi will take care of this naturally, but it's chicken or the egg. If we can't get the basic regulations in place to support standard business practices, it's a waste of time. That's it from me, guys. It's a rallying cry. Thank you for your attention. I very much appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and hope the bank hear you and all your suggestions. Moving forward with Mr. Paul Ivan, Parliamentary Advisor, Innovation and Emerging Technologies, Romanian Parliament. He's an advisor for Sebastian Burduja Parliamentary Cabinet, which was with us today in the morning. So, Mr., please welcome.
Well, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good. Well, let me start by saying this. I'm truly honored to be here today, and it is really optimistic to see that we have managed to get this project so far in such a short time. Let me thank first Mike, who put this conference together on such a short notice and valiant effort. So big thanks to Mike, and of course, most importantly, let me thank Sebastian Burduja for allowing me to do this. It is because of him that I'm standing here, and he enabled me to give this speech in front of you. Now, it's been a while for me since I gave a speech. Normally, I'm used to a different type of audience. I used to give some speeches in China, where obviously they speak a different language, so I'm not used to everybody understanding English. So you know, this gives me a little bit more pressure. All right, so let's get started. Today we're here to talk about the project, the legislative project that we started together. This was back when I haven't lived in my country for about 10 or 11 years. So back in August, when I had just returned, I started my collaboration with Sebastian, and I said to him from the very start, like, I want to do this. We worked on a bunch of different projects. For example, we worked on a legislative project for instead in creating an agency for foreign direct investment in Romania. We used to have one, but not anymore. So we're trying to do that again. And a bunch of other different projects. But the first thing that I mentioned to him was, look, Sebastian, this is what I'm interested in. This is what I would like to push through, draft a bill on this. Something related to crypto assets, regulating blockchain, which is much more complex than strictly crypto assets. But he said, Paul, if you want to do it, you can do it, but you'll have to do it by yourself. So he gave me the support. He encouraged me to have a proactive attitude on this, and that's how we started. In November, like, he told me to do the stakeholder mapping process. And I was very surprised, to be honest, because in no time, in roughly 2 weeks, we managed to get everyone together. We had our preliminary consultation, our first consultation, to which the Ministry of Finance, ASF, the National Bank, and other private actors participated, and we're very, very proud to get everyone together. Also, we created a WhatsApp work group, hoping that people would help and give us their insight and feedback on the project. Now, before I get started with the other bunch of things that I had to say, which I'm going to need some help from my little friend because I'm going to get into some technicalities. So far, we had a timeline, and for February, we said we would draft a bill, or we would start drafting the bill. Now, so far, we have the reason for the proposal, which is almost finished. It's in a very raw, rough stage, but it's almost finished. So what's left to be done is the actual text, the acts, the laws, which proves to be quite a complicated process, which I cannot do by myself. That's why we had the WhatsApp group, and we're trying to get everyone involved to see, to get their expertise and feedback and what they would like to see and what's feasible, of course. All right, now we have got a lot of feedback, some more pessimistic, especially legally wise, but we're not here to criticize the actual draft bill. We're not here to point out the risks and challenges. We're trying to actually provide some solutions to the problems. And hopefully we can do that before MiCA comes in effect, because that's some time away. Probably it's going to happen fairly soon, but not soon enough. And we can take the example of other countries who have already succeeded in passing some law in one way or another. Okay, so is this not working? Okay. All right, so blockchain and cryptocurrency. Technology need clear regulatory and licensing framework, that's for certain, and designed to address specific challenges. Now, all the measures that are going to be discussed and proposed by this law aim to provide some legal clarity to the industry and markets to the consumer in a way that traditional regulation by execution type cannot do. So let's take a step back to the cliche, because it's overly used, thinking out of the box. I would like to use the phrase paying with the same coin, paying in the same coin in this case, since we're talking about money. So technology, like policy making, regulations often do not manage to keep up with the advancements in technology, in technological progress. So that's the reason why we need to think a bit out of the box, provide new solutions, have a new approach to these challenges. So the development of an effective regulatory framework for cryptocurrency will only be possible if there's clear communication between public and private access, a thing which has been mentioned already. And it doesn't get more obvious than that. So collaboration between the public and private sectors will lead to a more effective and tailored policy results for the industry and consumers. This is why I hope that we're going to be able to discuss as much about the problems as about the solutions. And I'm sure some of you may already be in the working group, so yeah, if anyone else would like to join us, you're more than welcome to help us get this project done. So it is critical to understand what we're trying to do here, what we're trying to build. Some would say it's overly ambitious, but it's not undoable. I believe at this point it is certain that blockchain technology plays a key role in what's about to come, in what's ahead of us. And in my honest opinion, its impact, its scope is grand, and it's probably unseen ever since the incipience of the internet. So it's probably just as innovative as the internet itself. Reason why we can talk. I also believe that technology is arguably the reason why, which leads me to talk about the Web 3. So I was going to talk about the Web 3 because we're nearly there, not there, but almost. And I think blockchain plays an important role in getting us to Web 3. So what's the difference between Web 1, 2, and 3? I'm sure most of you probably know, but I think it's very important to point it out. So when we talk about Web 1, we're referring to the information that is presented to us in a similar way that a magazine presents information to us. So basically what a magazine wants us to see, that's what we get, that's what we consume. Now, the innovation that comes with Web 2 is that you're no longer just a consumer. You're able to create content as well. So as much as you're consuming, you're also able to create content. So we often hear nowadays the term or the job, the hobby of content creator. I think, in my honest opinion, a content creator has become the new artist. Like, what can a content creator be nowadays? It can be a painter, a singer, a blogger, a vlogger, anything of its kind, right? And can we really imagine our lives without content creators nowadays? Okay, so the reason why for the centralization of the internet was because all of this activity that came with Web 2 was monetized by a small number of companies who currently hold monopoly over the internet, like Google, Facebook, and so forth. What makes Web3 so different is that the actual ability to own the network or part of the network. So you're no longer just like in Blog 2, you can create content and you can consume content, but now you're actually able to own a stake in the network itself, an ownership stake in an underlying network. So when we think of layer 1 tokens, we are referring to the reward for providing registry maintenance services and computing power to the network, which on Web 1 or 2 was done by companies like Google. So now we can say that even people in my small town in Transylvania can own a part of the network, and like Bitcoin or Ethereum networks, on which other applications akin to startups or companies can be built. So yeah, that's the nature of decentralization, where the token holders are the people who control the assets. Now, let's say I'm an owner of a digital asset. If I'm not being too indiscreet, how many of you right here, right now, are owner of some sort of digital asset? Right. Okay. So, or at least we have a friend who's an owner, or right. Okay. It's pretty common nowadays. So let's say that I'm a miner of Bitcoin or Ethereum. Now, someone who creates Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is the reward that I receive for providing work, proof of work, to keep the network operational. And there are plenty of other coins and tokens, and people decide to invest in this much the same way that you would like to invest in Google, just because you think that Google is going to, the Google stocks are going to go up for some sort of reason, or the Tesla stocks. It's going to scale access to, yeah. So the difference being here, you can vote if you own a stake in the Bitcoin network, Ethereum network. You can actually vote what happens in the future of proof of stake network. You can get rewarded through proof of work for maintaining a ledger on the network. And let's not stop there, because the real message is what happens on the decentralized internet is decided by the investors, as opposed to what happens on the main internet that's decided by Google. So that's the message. I think that's the message of decentralization. Now that I mentioned Bitcoin, now why is Bitcoin so important? I was also sent here to keep you busy a bit, so I'm going to go ahead and read a little bit from the Bitcoin standard. Has anyone read the Bitcoin standard? Yeah? Do you find it compelling? Yeah? All right. Some people say it's the new Bible in economics. I may be exaggerating, but it's pretty good. Yeah, so for every other money other than Bitcoin, as its value rises, those who can produce, it will start producing more of it. Whether it's stones, seashells, silver, gold, copper, or government printing money, everyone will have an incentive to produce more of it. The harder it is to produce new quantities of money in response to price rises, the more likely it was to be adopted widely and used, and the more a society would prosper because of it would mean individual efforts at producing wealth will go towards serving one another, not producing money, an activity which has no added value to the society. So gold became the prime money of every civilized society up until Bretton Woods. So because it was the hardest to produce. And Bitcoin's difficulty adjustment makes it even harder to produce. And that's one of the most innovative things about Bitcoin. It's difficulty adjustment. A massive increase in price of gold will lead in the long run to larger quantities being produced, but no matter how high the price of Bitcoin rises, the supply stays the same, and the safety of the network only increases. So we know there's a limited supply of Bitcoin that's always going to be the same, and it's going to run out, which for gold, we're not quite sure. We can estimate it, but we're not quite sure. Now, Bitcoin can be understood as a spontaneously emergent and autonomous firm which produces a new form of money. So if you want to look at Bitcoin as like a startup, or as at any other coins like a startup, you can do that. There is no management or corporate structure to this firm, and all decisions are automated and pre-programmed. Volunteer coders in open source project can present changes and improvements to the code, but it is up to the users to choose to adopt them or not. The value proposition of this firm is that if money supply is completely inelastic in response to increased demand and price, increased demand just leads to a safer network due to the mining adjustment difficulty. Okay, so Bitcoin is the first example of a digital good that is scarce and cannot be reproduced infinitely. While it is trivial to understand to send a digital object from one location to another in another digital network, as it is done through email, text messaging, we know very well that when we send a message, it stays on your phone or wherever you send it from, and it also goes on the other end, so it can be reproduced infinitely, which with Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies does not really happen. So once you send it, it's sent, and it's basically just like cash money. Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think this applies to virtual money? The current state of virtual money that we have nowadays, do you think it can be reproduced? Do you think it stays in one place once it's being sent? Or does this happen strictly because we have third parties who do this for us? Okay, so Bitcoin is also the first example of absolute scarcity, as I said. So it's the only liquid commodity with a set fixed quantity that cannot conceivably be increased, which makes it highly saleable across time. With its supply growth rate dropping below that of gold by the year of 2025, Bitcoin has the supply restrictions that could make it have considerable demand as a store of value. Would you agree that Bitcoin has the potential to become store of value? Could it be a better option than gold? Maybe? We'll see. Okay, so it's digital nature that makes it easy to safely send it worldwide, makes it saleable in space in a way that never seen before, while its divisibility into 100 million satoshis makes it saleable in scale. Okay, so what? Further, Bitcoin's elimination of intermediary control and the near impossibility of any authority debasing and confiscating it renders it free of the main drawbacks of government money. As the digital age has introduced improvements and efficiencies to most aspects of our lives, Bitcoin presents a tremendous technological leap forward in the monetary solution to the indirect exchange problems, perhaps as significant as the move from cattle and soul to gold and silver. On top of that, the sequence of activities that Bitcoin went through until it started gaining economic value and then began to get monetized through more people demanding it as a store of value conforms to the Ludwig von Mises theory of regression on the origins of money, which states that a monetary good begins as a market good and is then used as a medium of exchange. So perhaps we cannot yet say that Bitcoin is qualified to be a legal tender, as previous speakers have mentioned on the legal side of things, but it does qualify as a medium of exchange. So back to the legislative proposal. The regulatory principles must be based on the notions of equal contribution based on the same service, same risk, same rules, and the same supervision. The principles imply that in order to ensure the integrity of the financial system, the same risks should lead to the same rules and regulations should be neutral in terms of technological developments and business models. Some of the proposed principles are the following. Constructive commitment. The world of cryptocurrencies has been associated with fraud and unjustified exuberance. Regulation should not be unjustifiably biased by bad actors, but maintain a constructive approach to ensure the integration of cryptocurrencies into existing financial arrangements. Classification, I think this one is very important, and it's one of the most realistic ones that we can actually do with our legislative proposal. Classification and definition. Crypto assets can be functionally classified into crypto vouchers, cryptocurrencies, crypto securities, and crypto collective investment schemes. The classification of cryptocurrencies remains contested, and the language that defines cryptocurrency is not as commonly accepted. For example, we have a certain definition presented to us by MICA and other actors. The purpose of the classification is to identify whether different cryptocurrencies should be subject to financial regulations at the level of the instrument. So, consumer and investor protection, that's another one of the principles. So, the regulation of activities related to cryptocurrencies should be subject to the principle of conducting any financial business. This includes the general principles of integrity, financial prudence, orderly conduct, transparency, protection of consumer assets, and avoidance of conflicts of interest. And last but not least, we have consistency. The regulation of cryptocurrencies and related activities should be transparent, stable, and predictable. Uncertainty about the regulatory framework may unjustifiably discourage orderly integration of the sector. Right. Okay. So that was it for me. If you have any questions about the current state of our project, please feel free to go ahead, and please feel free to join our group. So that will be it from me. Thank you so much.
And now it is a moment to have our NFT auction organized by Artmark. My colleagues will be just arranging the scene in just a few minutes, and while they do that, please keep yourself seated. I may tell you once again, you have the pedals on your chairs, so please use them and choose your favorite NFT. I would like also to remind you that the funds raised at our NFT charity auction benefit Asociația Ovidiu Ro, whose mission is to make quality early education available to all children in Romania, and we have the wonderful video seen today. This auction would have never been possible without the generosity of the 8 amazing artists who have donated some of their best works to the benefit of this cause, and without the effort invested by the incredible team of Artmark, who managed to put together this auction in record time. And coming back to the cause that brings us together, Read Me 100 Stories, the name of the program, and is a flagship program of Asociația Ovidiu Ro, in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture, aimed to encourage reading in kindergarten and in family. This is a wonderful project for wonderful kids. We have seen a lot of people from the media, a lot of VIPs going there and reading to those kids. It was really interesting, and we can see the joy of their faces. Just a few minutes until everything is ready. This is a premiere, like an NFT auction, and I think it will be very interesting for everybody. Artmark will be with us in a second. Any minute now should be ready. So I think we are all prepared. Please welcome Mr. Vlad Babenko, Maître Priseur, Artmark. Okay.
sell you art for a charity purpose, but it's not even something you may touch, it's something digital. And of course you love the digital and you're ready to throw your money at me, like in those cute memes with the Futurama guy, take my money. But I want to know that you understand what art is. Did you ever go to a museum before? Anybody? Yes? You? Did you go to a museum? I'm joking, I know you go to a museum, you're a director of one. I told you I'll mention you. Okay, so if you went to a museum, you had a very, let's say, intimate relationship with the artworks there. You got to get close to them to, oh, this is interesting. No, not this. To get close to an artwork and judge it, maybe smell it, maybe touch it, if it was allowed to do that. Please don't try that with the Mona Lisa at the Louvre. You'll get out very fast. But then I want to ask you to move further, to get out of the box and think about the digital world of today. Think about the metaverse, let's say, and how will that art, which you witnessed in a museum, fit in the metaverse, how it will happen. I'm the very lucky owner of the artist of Irina's heart. This is a heart which was handed to every visitor at an exhibition which opened today. It's signed by the artist. I can touch it. I can put it in my pocket and sell it at some point in the future when she will go for a lot of money. But then NFTs, you cannot do that with them. So I think this is the very interesting thing about NFTs, because it allows us to keep them forever, technically. Even if, I don't know, the Russians cut our electricity or the gas and we don't have electricity anymore, we can still have NFTs if they are saved onto a device, maybe an USB or a token. That's what they are. And I should have been making the difference between NFTs and digital art, because NFT is actually a tool, and this tool serves artists to to make their art permanent, to make it available for anybody at any time and any place on the globe. I want you, do you know any famous digital art or digital artists? One of them just sold last year or 2 years ago for $60 million. Yes, his name is Beeple. He's an artist who pledged he will do a digital artwork every day, and after the first 5,000 artworks, he grouped them together and sold that image as an NFT in the NFT format, and he got quite a lot of money. Since then, digital art has been sold for even more than that. It doesn't still get to the tire with physical art, but it's growing very, very, very fast. My question for you, it's, you don't have to answer to that, just think about it. Where will digital art be in the future? Just keep in mind the advancement of technology, or probably the problems of technology, as we encounter very complex geopolitical struggles. You have one going, happening here in Europe. And maybe digital art will grow, but think about the bubble which was contemporary art at some point. When it grew, it grew, it grew. We had $100 million for one skull encrusted with diamonds, made by Damien Hirst, which was actually sold to one of his trusts. So he actually bought it from himself. So it's not quite the best record to tell you today. But probably digital art will find a place in our future. I hope it does, because if this fails, it means everything surrounding that technology will fail, so we can throw away our mobile phones, we can throw away robotic surgery made from distance, and telecommunications and everything. I wanted to tell you about the top digital art sold by an art house in an auction house in Romania. It's actually a digital art, a photo of a piece made for the Savior's Cathedral in Bucharest. Have you visited Bucharest already? Are you acquainted with it a bit? You know, there's the People's House where the parliament has its place, and next to it, it's a huge cathedral. Most of us in the art world don't like it a lot because of design, not of any other political issues. So the artist who created one of the mosaics which decorates the cathedral sold a JPEG of that artwork for, how much do you think? If Beeple sells for $60 million, how much do you think we sell NFTs in Romania? Can you give me a price? How much? less than that, 2,500. I'm ashamed to say that. Okay, I'll put my notes away. It's not the good example, the best example, but it shows you that in Romania we have a very we have an emergent art scene in the digital domain, and I urge you to invest in it because you can buy it like for peanuts. And in the end, if you buy, let's say, I would say 10 artworks, 10 different artists, I think maybe at least one of them, given 5 years, I think you could get a return rate, a quite good return rate. Digital art has brought with itself some interesting things in art selling, because it's very weird. How do you transfer the artwork to the owner? I still have an NFT I bought through my colleagues. With the help of my colleagues at Artmark Auction House. I haven't yet received I didn't transfer it to my wallet. I don't know how to do that, so that's very embarrassing for me. But I almost own an NFT in the books. I paid for the invoice, but I don't have it. Also, it's very interesting because with NFTs you can start paying by cryptocurrency, and it's interesting, cryptocurrency brings with it some legal issues. You have to declare, to write a declaration when you buy the artwork, that you didn't get the funds from terrorism or from some illegal activity. So it's a thing which I think will be regulated in the future, and it's very important to happen, not only for the NFT area, for cryptocurrency, for blockchain technology and so on, but also in all the other aspects of society, because we are interacting with this type of digitalization more and more. Oh, and also in Romania, there's an interesting trend. When you buy some digital art, some of the artists also offer you a small physical token. For myself, I got for the artwork I bought, it's a JPEG from Latifundiar. You will witness him when we start the auction. I also got the print version signed by him, and I was like, yeah, I also want the print version. Yeah, I know there's the NFT, but I like the print version. I will end my little rant about digital art by telling you that Romania is quite an interesting location to buy contemporary art. We've witnessed a growth of around 20 to 25% for local artists, so it's a good return rate, yearly return rate, I dare say. In art, you do not work with yearly return rates. It's too much of a short period to get the money back. You have to wait a lot of time. But on contemporary art, it works. You get the money back and double quite quickly. We estimate 20 to 25%. Last year, Romanian art market had a total sale of contemporary art for almost 2.5 million euro. So that's quite high for Romania. When I told you, remember the example with Beeple, $60 million, and Romania 2,500 euro. But a total in a year of 2.5 million euro, that's good. Before we start the auction, I just want to invite you to be part of this historic moment for my country. Probably if you're from another part of the world, you already had such a chance, but it's the first time we do a charitable art auction only with digital art, so this should be interesting. And in the end, if you don't believe in digital art, if you say, oh, I like to wait in line to see the Mona Lisa, I want to get close to it, I want to own it, to carry it, whatever, then just think about Ovidiu Ro, because before we can even talk about digitalization, about blockchain, about anything, we need to be literate. Not literate in something specific. We need to know how to read and how to manage the information which comes to us. Today you've had very interesting speakers. The presenter is a journalism person, so you know it's very important to be a functional person when it comes to understanding information. So the cause of Ovidiu Ro is very close to my heart because it helps bring children to a higher level by giving them not only the 100 stories with this program, but by helping them know how to read. I know it's weird, but I'm 33 years old. I'm trying to do a PhD. It will be the death of me. I still read tons of books and scholarly articles, and I don't understand a word what's written there. So I might be in the category of functional illiterate. I'm joking, I'm not that bad. But we need our younger generations to be capable of discerning the information they receive. So please throw your money at Ovidiu Ro. It doesn't matter if you don't like the artworks. I will help you find different artists before you leave Romania. They're good artists. It's impossible not to like them, but please donate. I think we started around 500 euros, so it's, again, peanuts if you think about giving a chance to a child to be more literate. So without further ado, it was too much ado. I'll read the rules of the auction. We do this every time, so I'll step here. Now I'm very formal with you, okay? And I'll say, good evening and welcome. You've already been here. I was the one who entered the room. But today we are witnessing a premiere for the Romanian art market with the launch of an event dedicated exclusively to digital art in NFT format for charity purposes. The artworks presented this afternoon are made by our contemporary artists, fusing art with technology and expressing the latest trend in art. We will meet the artists Euro Sadboy, Latifundiar, Liviu Mihai, Alexandru Claudiu Maxim, Vanda Hutira, one of my favorites, Alina Cioară, David Flusberg, and Marian Codrea, who are not only some of the well-recognized pioneers of digital art, be it pure or in NFT format, but also by participating to this charity event, the artsy ambassadors of good deeds. All funds collected as a result of selling these NFT format digital art lots will be directed to the ReadMe 100 Stories program, funded and ran by a well-known NGO, one of the oldest and most esteemed here in Romania, Ovidiu Ro. Thank you, Ovidiu Ro, for doing this. The funds will contribute to the purchase of a quantity of books for the underprivileged preschool institutions in Romania to provide the possibility that at the end of the 3 kindergarten years, a child will have heard at least 100 stories. The plan of the association is to transform, by 2025, all public kindergartens in Romania into library kindergartens where children decipher together with adults the secrets of books. I invite you to take part in this noble endeavor, having the opportunity to be part of a revolutionary phenomenon which will probably change the world of art, I hope, on the one hand, and to contribute to this noble cause which will change the future of children in Romania. And to appeal more to your hearts, I ask my colleagues to put a short video presenting the Ovidiu Ro work. Okay, so I just want to tell you that Ovidiu works also with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education, and that should give you a lot of trust in this NGO, in this well-beloved Romanian NGO. So usually at an auction I would continue by saying, my name is Vlad Babenko, you already know that, and I will be your host in this short charitable auction, which takes place both here in this wonderful hotel, the Marmorosch, it's a jewel in Romanian architecture, and back home via online through our online platform Artmark Live. Before we start, let's briefly recap the rules for participating in the auction. In addition to the special digital art auction rules available on the Artmark website, this evening is open for bidding by raising the bidding paddle here in the sale room. I hope everybody has one. And in real time, online through the Artmark Live service, where offers arrive directly on the screen behind me. You can use the Artmark Live platform using a smartphone or tablet. The registration form must be filled in and handed to our assistants at the end of the auction, together with a bidding paddle. The order I will consider your bids is as follows. First of all, I will take into account bids made by you, who are physically present in the sale room, and then pay attention to the bids made online through Artmark Live service. When a lot is adjudicated, I strike the hammer, bam, and shout sold. Artmark guarantees the authenticity of the works auctioned without time limit by means of regulations and the certificate of sale. The total amount is calculated on the spot and will include the hammer price, the artist's stamp duty of 0.5%, as well as the total auction fee, which includes our commission and VAT. Payment can be made by bank transfer, card, or online using the link in the email sent to the winner, together with the invoice. Payment is also accepted in cryptocurrency, specifically in Ethereum, but also in Bitcoin, options which you may be very well acquainted with. So I wish you and Ovidiu, our main goal today, all of the luck. Let's see, what's the first slot? I think it's Euro Sad Boy. It's called Touch. We start with 500 euro. So I'll give you the first chance to bid. Who wants to offer 500? Otherwise, I'll go online. 500? Thank you. 28 with 500. 600. 600 euro. We have 28, and then 194 with 600. 194 with 600. Well, my colleagues, I don't know where they are, but I think they can hear me. Perfect, 700. Who's going to offer 700? Online, are you there? 700. 700 for Euro Sad Boy. Would you like to up your offer? Here in the front row, 700. Who wants to offer 700 euro for Euro Sad Boy? I like this work of art. I've recently been to Rome, and I'm thinking about going to the Sistine Chapel. It's very small. It's actually like this room. It's not very impressive, but I tell you, Euro Sad Boy's work of art Touch is more impressive than the Sistine Chapel, because it tells us not only about the connection between humanity and the digital, but it also, look at the position, the digital part is up, and it asks the question, who will survive? Maybe the digital will become better. You know all these talks about AI taking over. So, who knows what will happen.